I walk to the window, prick my finger, and draw the Nephilim symbol on the glass. It shimmers and disappears, and as I wait to hear from Zoran, I finally take the chip from the night my parents were killed and install it into my e-glass. I drop to my bed, clutching the token of strife in my hand, and watch that night unravel in full color. Over and over I replay the video, seeing them fight, seeing them both killed, seeing the angel come from the sky. It's nearly morning when I look up to see Zoran standing in my room, the window open behind him. I raise an eyebrow at the odd vision of him in my room. "Isn't it a bit risky for you to be here?" He grins and sits at my desk chair.
"I have ways of remaining incognito. What can I do for you, Miss Knight?"
I sit up and take off my e-glass. "It's what I can do for you, actually. Or rather, what we can do for each other. I'll help you discover why the Nephilim lost the war." I can see interest in his eyes and continue. "And then, I'll help you rebuild. Gather the rebels and prepare the cathedral. It will be our base, where we start."
"Start?"
he asks. "A new order," I say. "One that fights for both Zeniths and humans. One that actually keeps its oaths."
"If we are to be an army, we shall need a name, a banner under which to fight."
I prick my finger with the token of strife and use a drop of blood to draw on the floor between us. An infinity symbol with a double cross rising from it. "Not an army," I say, looking up at him. "We shall be of the night, striking from the shadows, but we shall be more than soldiers. We shall be symbols of what is just. We shall be knights of the dark. We shall be the Dark Templars." He traces the symbol with his finger.
"The Leviathan Cross,"
he says. I nod. An ancient Templar symbol that stands for balance in the masculine and feminine. It represents protection. We are that protection. We are that balance. Zoran smiles.
"Will you leave this castle and take residence at the cathedral?"
"No," I say, still cradling the token of strife in my hand. "I'll rise up the ranks, and then I'll destroy them." The next day, I surprise my grandfather with news that I'm ready to commit to the orders. And he surprises me with a road trip.
"There's something I want to show you before you make this commitment."
We walk through Vianney to the underground parking, and a driver pulls up in a shiny black stretch limo. "No e-driver?" I ask, as the driver holds the door open for me. My grandfather slides in after me.
"Call me old-fashioned. I still prefer a human behind the wheel."
The drive itself is the longest time I've ever spent with my grandfather, as we head north into a more remote area of New York, and then east into the farmlands. Along the way, I pepper him with questions of my mother, of what she was like as a child.
"As precocious as I imagine you were."
And how she met my father.
"They met as initiates at Castle V."
I feel closer to him than I ever did when the car slows down and we pull up to a large villa. It has clearly been abandoned for many years, but it is still beautiful, with ivy twisting up the caramel and cream walls, and a stone path that leads to an open-air center courtyard, dotted with fairy trees and trinity trees.
"This villa is part of your family inheritance,"
he says, handing me an ancient skeleton key.
"It's on 200 acres of land. There are 10 rooms, 12 bathrooms, 2 great rooms, a ballroom, a library, a study, several fireplaces, and a gourmet kitchen with a breakfast nook and dining hall."
I stand with my mouth agape, staring. He hands me a small black velvet box.
"This also belongs to you."
I open it and stare at a beautiful silver ring with a rainbow moonstone at its center and stars designed into the band.
That is the House of Night family ring.
He hands me a bank book.
And this is your wealth.
There are too many zeros to count. My head spins. This is all mine?
Yes.
He turns to look at me.
You're a wealthy young lady, Scarlet. Your parents left you everything, and that's not insignificant. Before you take your vows, I wanted you to know you have choices. You are not dependent on me or this school for your survival. You can leave if you must, though I hope you won't. I hope you'll stay.
How did my parents accrue so much wealth? I ask, still shocked. He chuckles as if I'd asked him why the sky is blue.
They both came from ancient patrician families. The knights, who were honored during the Great War, and the foresters, who can trace their lineage back to Juliana herself.
I smile widely, realizing I'm related to one of my childhood heroes. My grandfather continues, stroking his long gray beard.
Their inheritance, combined with their income from the Knights Templar, is, as you have seen, considerable. Today, the databases will be updated. You will be a patrician in name and stature. Your life will have many options.
We walk into the villa, and I marvel at the beauty of this place, considering all he has said. Thank you. It means a lot to me that you showed me this before I committed. I turn to him, my will resolved. But I'm not going anywhere. I belong at Castle V. He smiles.
You know what comes next?
Yes. I've studied the process since I dreamed of becoming a knight. Next come the initiate trials. 3 will compete for a place at the castle. And only 1 will win. Back at the cathedral, I stand with Zorin, Trix, and TR and assess our new space. TR grins. He doesn't look relaxed. He rarely does. But he does look excited.
This will do nicely for a base. The Nephilites built catacombs underground. The tunnels could prove useful.
Zorin gestures to the door at the back.
Let me show you.
He and TR walk off and disappear into the bowels of the cathedral. I begin to follow when Trix stops me with her words. I know you work for the orders. I turn to her, my blood pulsing under my skin. Or that you used to work for them, she amends. That's how you were able to track the Inquisition's movements when you helped me escape. I grip the hilt of my sword and curse at myself for my own folly. I should have been more careful. Now my entire plan could be ruined. Unless I could use my powers to make Trix forget. Make her stop thinking along these lines. Trix steps away from me, her arms in the air in a gesture of peace. Look, as long as you help my team take down the 4 orders, I don't care. I trust you, En. Just tell me we can win this thing. I release my sword, my body relaxing just a fraction. Maybe this can still work. We can, I say. We will. Trix nods. That's all I need to know. She holds out her hand. I take it, sealing our partnership. But she doesn't let go as she continues talking. My people are going to follow you now. So know this. If you ever throw their lives away carelessly, if you ever betray them, Trix's hand begins heating up. More and more. It's almost painful, the heat, the tension of bones rubbing together. Then I'll crush you, she finishes, letting my hand drop. With a grin on her freckled face, the shadow of Rome disappears into the bowels of the cathedral. And I can't help but smile too, for the woman I might someday be friends with. I join my generals below and watch them study the catacombs. "So what's the plan, Anne?" asks Trix. "What do the Dark Templars do first?" I draw my mother's sword and scratch a large A into the stone wall, letting my anger rise. "We destroy Apex." Chapter 23. Gen Mod and Manners. The wood is polished and shines in the firelight as Jax melts steel into shapes to complement the warm, earthy hues of his sculpture. The piece is still a work in progress, and I can't make out the final shape, but the emotion is there. The sense of a journey, of something fluid and beautiful unfolding in its own time and space. I run my hand over the wood, marveling at the smooth texture and currents of mahogany and pine bending together in a dance. "What's it for?" I ask when the noise subsides as he cools the steel.
"It's to celebrate the completion of the initiate trials at the end of summer. It's a ceremony of sorts. You'll see."
"What will it be?" Jax looks up, his blue eyes bright.
"It will be whatever people need it to be."
When I return to my room, there's a gold box wrapped in a red bow sitting on my desk. An envelope sticks out of it. I pluck the thick cream parchment from the ribbon and open it, my fingers sliding over the V embossed on the card. It's an invitation to an informal cocktail function. I get the distinct impression the invitation doesn't have a decline option. I'm about to open the box when someone opens my bedroom door instead. An older woman in her 50s or 60s stands there, holding a small leather trunk with a handle. She is tiny, with bones a bird would envy, and silver hair pulled into a tight bun on her head. She curtsies at me and enters the room, closing the door behind her. She is silent, and I realize she's waiting for me to speak first. Because I'm a pet now. Ugh. "Can I help you?" I ask, sweat breaking out on my neck and under my arms. She smiles.
"I'm Agatha, your assigned attendant during your stay at Castelviani. I will be helping you dress and prepare for your initiate trials, and, should you become an initiate, I will serve you during your studies here."
I know I'm staring at her like a stunned deer, but I can't help it. "Why would I need help dressing myself?" I ask, a bit dumbfounded. Are Pats really this helpless? She cocks her head, a quizzical expression on her face.
"I understand now. The Chancellor spoke to me about you. It caused quite a scandal in the attendants' quarters. He said you were not raised in your class. He said I'd have my work cut out for me in getting you ready.
She pauses, looking uncomfortable.
He gave me license to be firm while preparing you for the social graces."
Her eyebrow rises as she scrutinizes me.
"I can see he underestimated the amount of work I've undertaken."
I blush, then scowl, caught between embarrassed and angry. "I came here to train as a knight, not to learn how to be a rich snob." Her judging stare disappears in laughter that lights up her face.
"May I have permission to be blunt, Your Grace?"
I pause, not used to such questions. "Yes."
"No."
She tisks.
"You should have said no. But, since I have the Chancellor's permission to be firm, I shall continue."
She smiles.
"I like you. You're feisty and strong, which is expected. But I hear you have a good heart, which is less expected. You'll be good for this place, but you'll never get a foot in if you don't learn to talk and walk like them. You don't have to become a rich snob, as you say, to become a knight, but you do have to fit in with the rich snobs. Do you want this badly enough?"
I look at the box still in my hands and look at her. "Yes, I do." She nods.
"Then let's get started. You have a party to go to."
We spend the rest of the day doing the most boring training ever. First, she strips me of all my clothes and insists on a bath, as if I've never bathed in my life. But she adds salts and powders and oils to my bath that make me smell like a bowl of incense. I sniff at my oil-slicked skin as she rubs me dry. This is a bit strong, isn't it?
It wears off and leaves you smelling fresh and clean,
she says, vigorously rubbing my legs and hair. At my hair, she tisks.
Split ends and a cut that is entirely too plebeian.
I reach for my hair, self-conscious for the first time in my life. What's wrong with my hair? She taps her e-glass and calls someone called Larry, instructing him to come right away for a Code 3. What's a Code 3? I ask.
Your hair,
she says through pursed lips. My hair, indeed. I huff, but allow her to continue her ministrations.
At least you haven't plucked, waxed, or shaved your arms and legs, like so many patrician teens these days. A blow for equality, that is. Hair is power. Keep yours intact.
I nod, having never given thought to shaving or plucking anything.
And no dyeing it faddish colors, she says.
Dyeing what?
Your hair, arms and legs. Keep it natural. It's classier. New York is buzzing with new looks, but you want to present an aura of conservative class, at least until you establish yourself and can change things up.
Okay. She dresses me in the outfit contained in my box. White robes with a cape over one shoulder. Red lines run down the sides of the outfit, reminding me of the Templar crest. When she finishes, I put my ring back on, the one my mother made me. Agatha tisks again, but says nothing. I think she can see in my eyes that I'm not budging on this one.
At this party, you'll be meeting the other 2 initiates before the first of your trials begins. It's important you assess your competition and present a strong but not overly arrogant front.
I nod. When the door opens again, I look up, surprised. Agatha is painting makeup on my face and smiles at a petite man carrying another small trunk similar to Agatha's. Where hers had makeup and oils and potions for making me smell and look my best, his contains everything he needs to fix my plebeian hair, apparently. He gives a frown at my hair and raises a hand over his eyes dramatically.
We do not have much time to save this, do we?
He asks the room. The room does not reply, so he rushes over, examining clumps of my long hair as if it's cow dung. He even sniffs at it. Finally, he pulls out a brush, brandishing it like a weapon.
I suppose we can make do with this.
He nudges Agatha out of the way and kneels in front of me, staring at my face. He has large green eyes, lined with dark liner, and dark hair swept dramatically over his head and held in place with a sparkling clip. His clothing is impeccable and beautiful, beaded and jeweled drapes of ruby fabric.
At least you have a face, he says.
Do you have a lot of faceless clients? I ask, deadpan. He cracks a smile.
Oh, look at you, silver tongue. All right, I'll play. You have a beautiful face. Patrician all the way. How anyone let you pass as plebeian is beyond me. Look at the skin, roughened by the plebe life, but full of potential. And those cheekbones, so perfect they could cut diamond. And that nose. Once you go through your genmod, you will be undeniably one of the most beautiful creatures to walk the earth.
My smile falters. Genmod? Jax told me all patricians receive one, but he did not tell me when I'd receive mine.
Has no one told you?
He looks at Agatha.
No one has told her?
Agatha shrugs.
I have only begun to work with her. She's been through so much already. I was instructed to get her ready for the party, but to otherwise ease her in slowly.
Larry sighs.
You will undergo genmod before the party, so you will have a few days to recover. It will all be explained soon. First, let's fix this mop on your head.
He moves to stand behind me as Agatha continues working on my face.
"By the orders!"
he curses, pulling a brush through tangles.
"What have you been using on your poor hair? Deer urine?"
I choke back a curse of my own. "I've been using what everyone uses," I say. "The government-issued hair and body cleaner we get with our stipends."
"That explains so much,"
he says dramatically. It takes him an hour, but when he's done, he looks pleased with himself. I take a mirror nervously from him and examine my new cut. The length is mostly the same, and there's some shaping around my jaw, some layering. Those subtle differences have a huge impact. I went from looking like a plebe to a pat in an hour. My mouth drops open as I stare at myself. I nearly don't recognize myself with this makeup and these clothes and my hair falling in such a way around my face. He claps excitedly.
"Lovely! Brilliant! You would make even the angels jealous."
At the talk of angels, I frown, fighting feelings of panic and fear. I take a breath, calming myself, as my two attendants chatter and clean up. Deep breaths. I push the image of my dead parents out of my head. Agatha asks me something, and I look up, a blank look on my face. "What?" She sighs. "We must practice your speech. You look more patrician, and certainly after your gen mod you will be perfect. But the moment you open your mouth, the truth will ruin you." And so, for the rest of the afternoon, we go through manners and language. "You're a pure man, and you must act and speak like one." "Not pure woman?" I ask. "No. Pure man applies to both genders. The patrician class value their equality. All knights are sirs. All are pure men. There are no distinctions. You treat a woman differently than a man, and you can say goodbye to your chances at being an initiate." When I don't say anything, she continues. "All serfs and plebeians must address you as your grace. You must not address others of your class as your grace. If they outrank you, you must use their rank. Your highness applies to both princes and princesses. Your majesty to kings and queens. Why do we still have princes and princesses and kings and queens if gender is equal?" She shakes her head. "If you ask silly questions a child should know, this will take longer than we have." For a serf, she is quite forceful with me, though I do not see it as odd, since I am still mentally identifying as a plebe. Mostly, I find it annoying. "Some titles are ancient and remain unchanged," she continues. "There is a difference between the old code and the new. The old code is what the orders followed before the cataclysm. The new code is what they follow now." Got it. I hope that's true. "Some may still call you my lady, especially since you are not yet a knight. If they do, they are trying to be gracious, or perhaps flirtatious or overly romantic." Agatha has me sit and slips comfortable shoes on my feet. "Now, let's see how you dance." Larry walks over, arms outstretched, and I place a hand in his as Agatha sets her e-glass to play music. I try to follow Larry's lead, but my parents never taught me how to dance. On my third attempt, my pointy shoes dig into Larry's feet, and he steps away, annoyed and in pain.
"You are terrible at this, Your Grace. I've seen more grace in a rutting pig."
"Thanks," I say dryly. He looks hopeless.
"Is there anything you can do?"
I grin. I can hack anything on the planet. He rolls his eyes.
"Unless your hacking skills make you a better dancer. That doesn't help us."
So we keep dancing, and I keep bruising his toes, and he keeps cursing, and Agatha spends equal amounts of time laughing and shuddering. When we break for dinner, I drown my sorrows in life force and ask the question that's been burning a hole in my mind all day. "Tell me about Gen Mod," I say. And they do. That night, when I can sleep. My dreams are filled with nightmares. My Genmod begins today, and I feel a sick dread in the pit of my stomach that manifests as bile in my throat. This response is an underreaction, I will soon learn. A hospitaller hands me a hospital gown and sweeps a curtain closed under the guise of privacy. My hands shake as I peel off my new clothes and drop them in a pile on the floor. I look down at my body, now naked, and wonder what will be different when this is over. Plebeians never spoke of Genmod, except in hushed voices behind cupped hands. I knew near nothing about it until last night, and now I feel I know too much. I'm lying in the bed, using thin sheets to cover my nakedness, when the hospitaller returns. Her name is Meg, and she looks too young to be in charge of me. I want to protest, to ask where Grandmaster Marion is. But Meg is talking, explaining things to me, and so I shut my mouth and listen.
Though genetic modification is not painful, the recovery is,
she says, as if telling me the butter on my bread might not melt properly.
You will undergo a level 1 andronics mod. We will inject your muscles with serums that stimulate growth and strength. Your bones will be infused with a solution to make them denser. Your skin, eyes, nails, and hair will be rejuvenated. It will take time to recover. We will give you something for the pain, but we can only give so much. She clicks her e-glass to review my file and shakes her head. Normally, we'd advise at least a month of recovery, but your file says you must be ready within a week. I gulp. A week doesn't sound long enough, but that's when I must attend the party. I am already behind, and I have only just arrived. It doesn't bode well. She sticks needles in my arms and places sticky pads on my chest and back. They are hooked up to a monitor that beeps and purrs and shows lines and numbers I do not understand. When she fills my IV with a purple fluid, I feel it instantly. My head wobbles and my mind slows. Meg smiles. Grandmaster Marion will be here shortly to begin the procedure. You're in good hands.
I'm glad Meg will have help. She's too young. They are all too young. My mind is floating when Jax moves aside the curtain and sits on the side of my bed.
I snuck in. Don't tell.
I shake my head, but it doesn't feel like it moves. I won't, I say, slurring. He laughs.
I know this is hard, but after, you'll be able to see in color.
I pretend to look excited. Great. Then, I realize I won't have to hide my color vision anymore, and smile. I can't wait to see the color of your eyes, I say, my mind drifting.
Good luck, he says. I'll be just outside, waiting. I'll come in as soon as they let me. Earlier if I can manage.
He kisses my forehead and ducks out when Grandmaster Marion shoos him away. You know better, Jackson Lux, she says after him. She looks at me, a soft expression on her face. Ready? I try to say no, but nothing comes out. As she wheels me through the clinic, my mind soars higher, losing focus. The last thing I remember is looking at the lights above me as I'm pushed through the halls. I remember telling them not to take my scar away, the one on my hand. I have to keep my apex scar, to remember, to never forget. Pain. So much bloody pain. It doesn't hit me all at once. Instead, it curls around me like a lover and then squeezes like a snake. I'm breathless from it. I feel it reaching out, extending past my physical body, as if the air around me is also hurting. Voices filter past the pain, faintly at first, but then with more power. Unbelievable, really, says a voice. Meg. I think it's Meg. Grandmaster Marion, have you seen her readings?
She's healing at an alarming rate.
It's because I'm Nephilim. Did I say that out loud? By the orders, I hope not. No one arrests me, so I assume it's all in my head. My pounding, aching, awful head. Another voice chuckles, deep and soft. Good blood, he says as a compliment to me and himself. My grandfather. I wonder why no one is saying anything to me, but I realize I must appear asleep. And then I realize I'm not supposed to be awake. The procedure is still in process. I can feel the serums being pumped into me. Deep needles in my muscles, in my bone, in all parts of my body. A cool hand lands on my forehead. She's coming out of anesthesia, she says. There is a hushed hurry as something is injected into me, and I fade back into blissful darkness. The next time I wake, Jax rests his head by my side, his body slumped over my hospital bed. I'm only awake for a moment, but I hear him breathing and it calms me, sending the pain into another place as I fade back to sleep. He is still there later, when my eyelids peel open painfully, slowly, and only a fraction. He is crying, holding my hand. I'm sorry, Star. I'm sorry for what you're going through. For everything you've gone through. His voice drops to a whisper, and I can no longer hear his words. But I feel his love, his concern, and that is enough. It is 3 days that should have been a month. That feels like a year. I sleep on and off through the first few days, and Jax never leaves my side. I worry that my Nephilim blood will be revealed, but though they marvel at my healing abilities, they do not seem to suspect anything abnormal. By the 3rd day, I am sitting up vertically, which I feel is a huge accomplishment. I'm still in pain, but I distract myself with plans and plots, and Jax tries to distract me with stories to make me laugh. Eventually, Agatha joins my entourage of caretakers. She lays a hand on me in comfort when my bones ache so badly they feel as if they will break. When I've recovered from the pain, she tisks me again.
You should not have let me touch you, Your Grace.
What? My brain is foggy, catching up to itself after the influx of pain meds from my self-administered IV.
I touched you. I, a serf, laid a hand without permission on a patrician. That is not proper and should not have been allowed. A plebeian or serf may not speak to a patrician without first being spoken to. They should be beaten as a consequence, and they may not touch a patrician without permission. If they do, the offending hand must be removed.
My eyes widen. That's absurd. Besides, you're my attendant. Of course you have to touch me. If you ask each and every time, this will get tedious. Fast.
In private, you may give me permission until revoked, but in public, you must give permission each time.
I sigh. To keep up the appearance of power. She nods.
Exactly.
What happens if I don't want to cut off your hand for daring to touch my person? The sarcasm drips from my tongue, but she ignores it.
You may report me to an inquisitor, or have a serf perform the deed.
She's being deliberately obtuse, I can tell. You know what I mean. If I don't want someone's hand cut off at all.
Your Grace, you are going to be trouble for me, aren't you? If you don't do it, the other families will look down on you. You will be judged and seen as lesser. Technically, though, no punishment against you would be legal.
I breathe more deeply. Good, because I'm not going to punish you or anyone else for touching me. She bows her head.
You may do as you like, Your Grace.
I'm done being a patient. For the first time since all this started, I find my patrician status useful, and I take advantage of it. I insist that Agatha prepare a bath for me, and then I insist more forcefully that she leave me to clean myself alone. She tisks and scowls and frowns, and I think she even cracks a sardonic smile when I use my rank to chase her from my hospital room. I breathe a long sigh as I sink into the tub, letting the heat of the water lessen my pain. I haven't felt properly clean since my gen mod. Sponge baths just don't cut it. So I take my time and lather rich, fragrant soap over my body, rubbing off all the antiseptic smells. Once my hair is dry and brushed, I feel much more like myself. Ironic, considering how much less human I really am. I'm finally ready to look at myself. I haven't let anyone show me a mirror since the gen mod procedure. I wanted to be clean, to feel more like myself, before I saw how unlike myself I appear. I pull the sheet off the full-length washroom mirror and take a long look, turning from side to side to see myself from all angles. I haven't dressed yet. I wanted to see all the changes on my body. The differences are subtle, but striking. My skin is flawless porcelain. My muscles are more toned, smooth and strong. My hair is lush, thick, more voluminous than it's ever been. And my eyes are brighter, the blue silver of them shining against my pale skin. Even my face seems more refined, cut from diamond and dipped in cream. I look otherworldly. I look down at my hand and rub a finger over my apex scar. It's now my only physical flaw. I am nearly dressed when Meg comes in to scold me for being out of bed. "You need more rest," she says. 3 days is not sufficient. Give yourself at least 2 more. She frowns, her eyebrows furrowing. I don't have that kind of time, I say. Initiate trials will start soon. I have to prepare. I'm not actually leaving to prepare, but it's a good enough excuse. She reluctantly pulls out her tablet and clicks a few things, then passes it to me to press my thumb onto, signing myself out against her preference. I thank her for her care and am about to make it out of there when Jax comes by to check on me. He's holding a bag and his eyes go wide when he sees me.
"What are you doing out of bed, Star?"
I sigh and explain everything again. I expect a fight, but he just nods.
"You're right. There's much you need to learn. I can help you later today if you want."
I want, but I won't be here later today. I'll message you. I'm not sure what all my trainers have planned for me. It's a soft lie, but it sticks in my throat nonetheless. How did this boy lie to me for so long? Did he feel like this each time? I let the thought go as he gently hugs me and kisses my cheek.
"Don't push yourself too hard. It will take some time for your body to get used to the changes."
I nod and walk with him to the end of the hall. Before we part ways, he stops me.
"I have a gift for you,"
he says, handing me the bag. I look inside and my heart clenches. I pull out the old wooden box. It's the gift Ella gave me for my 10th birthday, I say softly. He nods.
"I know the gen mod was hard, but I thought, well, you finally have the ability to see in color as you've always wanted."
He doesn't know that's been true since the night my parents were killed, and it's a relief to no longer have to lie to him. I can, I say. It's extraordinary. The world is full of more colors than I imagined. I open the box and run a gentle finger over the precious items inside. A blue rock, a red one, and a sprig of yellow moss. She worked so hard on this. My eyes are full of tears when I look up. It's not right. What happened to her? To them. Jax puts his arms around me, and I lay my head on his chest, listening to his heartbeat.
"No, it's not."
I pull away after a moment and wipe a tear, and Jax cocks his head.
"Is red still your favorite color?"
I laugh through the tears. Yes, it's amazing. So much more vibrant than I could have imagined. I tap my e-glass. Evie still has to match the names and colors for me, but I'm learning. I place a hand on his face. I love your eyes. Blue is probably my second favorite. Maybe my first, depending on my mood. He places his hand over mine.
I'm so glad at least one good thing came from all this, Star.
I nod. Thank you, Jax. I hold up the box. This means a lot to me. We part, and I walk quickly out of the castle, pressing my e-glass as I do. Evie, message Zoran. Tell him I'm on my way to the cathedral. Flying frees me. It sets my body right in ways nothing else can. I thought it would hurt, that my new muscles, bones, and ligaments would rebel at the weightlessness of it all. But instead, I feel an absence of pain for the first time since the Gen Mod started. I wish I could live in the air, and it's with great reluctance that I land lightly in front of the cathedral. It's been 5 days since I've been here, and I've done my best to keep in touch. But it's hard having top-secret and highly illegal rebel conversations while under 24/7 care at Castle V. The village is different now. It's cleaner. More repairs have been made to the outlying stone wall, and the cathedral itself shines more brightly under the late summer sun. Zoran waits for me inside. He has a look of wonder on his face as his eyes scan my body.
You look different.
I raise an eyebrow, enjoying his response. How? He thinks for a moment, his eyes burying into mine.
You look untouched by this world, as if you are a creature of the heavens, and by some cruel fate you have been shackled here on earth.
I grin. He clears his throat, breaking his gaze.
Are you in pain?
I'm fine, Zoran, I tell him, smiling. Sore, but fine.
Not everyone survives Gen Mods,
he says, frowning. I survived the Nephilim transformation. He nods.
True enough. Still, you should be resting.
I roll my eyes. Not you two. You, of all people, should know why I can't. Our plans depend on me getting into the orders. I don't have long to prepare for the trials, and I need your help. He nods again. And then he walks over and pulls me into a hug. He's so tall his chin can rest easily on my head as he whispers,
I am happy to know you are healing well. You were missed.
It's not an I missed you, but it's close enough. I squeeze him a little tighter, and then we pull apart. Let's train, I say. We go underground, to one of the cathedral's spacious halls we've prepared with weapons. I pull my sword, and his appears from smoke into his waiting hand. I need to learn that trick, I say. He grins.
Prepare yourself, Nightfall.
I lunge, and he blocks. We parry. I move through the way of Nyx, and he counters with the way of Hecate. I'm winded too fast. My body's sore, tired. He's so strong. I slump against a wall and rub a forming bruise where I missed a block. I thought I'd be at least as strong as you now. Nephilim and Gen Mod. That should make me undefeatable, shouldn't it? He laughs.
That's not how it works.
He tosses me a life force and drains one himself. Why not? I open my drink and sip it, letting the sweet nectar coat my throat.
Your Nephilim transformation isn't instant, he says. It takes years. You will build strength over time. And Nephilim, like humans, have different talents. I'm strong, a warrior. You are...
not, I say derisively. He grins.
Not so much, no. But you are fast. You have kept up with me in flight, when very few do.
I beam with pride.
You will grow stronger in time, with patience, training, and age. Gen mods are a quicker path, but even with both, you will have limitations.
I just assumed all Nephilim were super strong, I say. That's what we were taught anyways. Nephilim fly, drink blood, and it's so easy to turn a human. My mind wanders to a question I've had for a long time. Zoran, how could our kind almost become extinct when you can make many more as needed? He holds up his sword.
Let us move through our forms and I will explain. Can you listen and fight at the same time?
Probably not with him, but I'll give it my best. I meet his sword, and we dance.
The transformation is not simple,
he says, blocking my lunge.
Not all survive, and those who do, they are still the same person they once were. It does not change their core. You were still Scarlet after your change, were you not?
I nod. Despite the many changes, I'm still me. Still making choices based on my own value system and thoughts.
There was one among us, Snatcher they called him, for he would snatch children from their homes and turn them. He would crawl into people's beds and turn them. He wore a black cloak and carried a gray bag over his shoulder. Wherever he went, he snatched what people were and gave them new life.
Zoran knocks my sword out of my hand and I fall back, panting. He grins.
Keep up!
I pick up my blade, stretch my shoulders, and move with him as he continues.
He thought they would all join him at his castle, that they would be his army during the war. Many never came. They went to the orders, talking of a grave mistake. They were not Nephilim. They were men. They were killed on the spot by the Inquisition.
I shiver, and my sword slips. He lands a blow against my chest, and I groan.
Many took their own lives. Some begged their loved ones for an end. Only a few joined Snatcher at his castle. They came when they saw how cruelly the Nephilim were treated. They hated their very existence, but feared death more.
I tried to imagine what it would be like to go through this change without understanding, without knowing, without the necessity of being saved from death as I was. And I tremble.
They let Snatcher teach them what they needed to live,
Zoran says, knocking my sword out of my hand again. We stop for a moment, and I sink to the ground to drink another life force. Zoran pulls out a bag of marshmallows, and, when he sees the look on my face, laughs and tosses me one. I shove it into my mouth and lean against the stone wall, listening.
And after, when they had learned all he had to teach, they splayed him out on a table, and, in turns, they drained him of his blood.
Ouch!
They pulled out his eyes and hanged them over the table. They said it was so Snatcher could see his life snatched away, just as he had done to them.
I stare at Zoran, horrified. He looks at me, his face unreadable, as he pulls another marshmallow out of the bag.
They say his eyes still hang in the castle to this day.
That seems unlikely given the rate of decay, but still. Ew! And for all I know, Nephilim eyes don't decay. What happened to those who killed him? I ask.
They never made more. They fought to live, and, in the end, they too died.
Zoran stands and holds out his hand for his sword to appear.
That is why it is no easy thing to make new Nephilim. That is why we are the last.
Chapter 24. Trial of Strength. My time with Zoran is too short. Before I am ready for the trials, I am called back to Castle V to prepare for a challenge more dangerous than battle. A party. With patricians. Who will be judging me? I'm a basket of nerves as Agatha helps me dress. The outfit confuses me at first. Is this a dress or pants or what? She chuckles and holds up leggings. These go on your legs. I roll my eyes and pull them on. She then hands me a fitted tunic that curves around my body like it was made for me. I realize it probably was. The castle probably has my measurements on file somewhere. Weird. Then she clips a half skirt around my waist and it flows to my ankles, leaving a slit open for walking. It's asymmetrical and has a bold cut that exposes part of my left leg. Finally, she holds up a midnight blue cape, draping it around my shoulders and pinning it with a black brooch glistening with diamond stars at its center. Where did you get that? I ask. Your grandfather, she says. She hands me slightly heeled black leather shoes that I slip on. They're more comfortable than I dared hope. My hair is already done up in an elaborate twist with silver blonde tendrils curling down my neck, and my makeup is subtle, but shimmering, making me look more sophisticated than I am. Once I'm ready, Agatha looks me up and down and nods in approval. You look beautiful, and very patrician. I scowl at her, and she laughs. I'm about to leave when she shows me a small dagger sheathed in leather. For you. She straps the dagger around my right upper thigh. It's hidden by the skirt, but she shows me another slit in the fabric where I can reach the dagger easily. Your grandfather felt this might come in handy, she says, winking at me. Why do I need a dagger at a party? I don't even want to know, but having it on me makes me feel better. Good luck, Miss Knight, Agatha says as I leave. Thank you. I hold her eyes, willing her to understand that I'm thanking her for more than just helping me get dressed tonight. She nods, and I smile and walk out. Jax meets me in the hall. He looks dashing in black and silver, his blue eyes bright, accented with dark eyeliner. This is the first time I've seen him wear makeup. He grins when he sees me. You look stunning. You don't look too bad yourself, I say, taking his proffered arm. He escorts me to the roof of one of the smaller outlying buildings of the castle. It's a cool, clear night, the stars out in full force. I can hear the music playing and people talking before we reach the door. I attempted to use the long walk up the stairs to compose myself. It didn't work. I'm a bundle of raw nerves as we walk onto the roof. The space has been transformed into a wonderland. It is paved with white stones glistening with tiny shards of opaque crystal. In the center is a giant fountain of a griffin spitting water into a pond. Smaller fountains dot the edges, creating a cacophony of sounds in the open air. Several tables are lined with elaborate displays of food, from meats and cheeses to fruits and sumptuous desserts. A chocolate fountain fills one entire table, surrounded by strawberries and sliced apples. All eyes turn to us. Jack steps aside as the doorman clears his throat to introduce me. I was warned this would happen, but I still feel like I'm caught.
Introducing Lady Scarlet of the House of Night, Initiate Prospect for the Four Orders, daughter of Lord Marcus of the House of Night and Lady Violet of the House of Forrester, granddaughter to the esteemed Templar Grand Master, Chancellor Forrester.
There is a polite applause as I bow appropriately to my class and rank. Jax takes my arm again, escorting me through the room as people stare and talk about us. A woman with a pinched face and yellow cape that does nothing for her coloring glares at me, then loudly says,
I heard she was raised by plebes. She knows nothing of our world. She probably eats with her hands and goes weeks without bathing.
I can feel the blood rising to my face as her date chuckles at her pathetic attempt at wit. I'm about to storm over there and give her a piece of my mind when Jax lays a tempering hand on my wrist.
She's not worth it,
he whispers. There's an urgency to his voice, and I realize something I hadn't before. this is part of my test. This whole thing, everything I do while I'm here, will be weighed and measured in determining if I'm worthy of becoming an initiate. And despite Agatha's instruction, I still feel ill-equipped at knowing how to behave as a Pat. The awful woman is right about something. I know nothing of this world. I nod to Jax, and we walk through the crowds of people over to a table with a red fountain surrounded by wine glasses. A dark-skinned man sits next to the table alone, his feet propped up as he sips at his wine. His features are aristocratic: high cheekbones, straight nose, strong jawline. He's a handsome man, maybe 5 to 10 years older than me, with a composure and grace that makes it clear he is comfortable in this setting.
"Scarlet," Jack says, "I'd like to introduce you to Falcon of the House of Rain. Falcon, this is Scarlet of the House of Night. You are both initiate prospects."
Jax nods, squeezes my hand, leans in to whisper, "Good luck," and walks away, leaving me standing alone with my competition. I take a deep breath and smile. "It's a pleasure meeting you." He grins and sits up straighter, letting his feet fall to the ground. He gestures at the empty seat at his small table, and I join him.
"The pleasure is all mine,"
he says. Around us, people slyly watch out of the corners of their eyes, listening to each word we speak. My Nephilim hearing can pick up their whispered mutterings, wondering which of us would make a better knight. Falcon clicks his e-glass, a small frown appearing.
"Tell me, pure man, from where do you hail? I can see you were raised plebeian, but the specifics are unavailable."
The information must be classified. "I hail from home," I say, not wishing to divulge more than I must.
"Don't we all?"
he says, his smile a sharp line across his face. I tap my e-glass and Evie displays the information I need to know. He's from Cairo, the son of a lord, but he's no heir. I'm scrolling through his history when he hands me a glass of wine.
"To dull the nerves and make this tedium a bit more pleasant,"
he says, holding his own glass up to toast. I raise my glass and it clinks against his. He sips, watching, waiting for me to do the same. I take a drink and set it down as the sweet liquid travels down my throat and into my body.
"If you will, pure man, indulge me with another question. How is it that I have heard much of your parents, and so little of you?"
I was raised in seclusion, trained from birth in the arts of war and chivalry, I say. I take another drink. The wine is making me bold, but it's my own fear that turns me into a liar. War and chivalry, indeed. He raises an eyebrow.
"Well, then, wish me luck, pure man. For I was raised in a library. Books and pens were my friends. A surf scholar was my teacher. You see, I too lost my parents. Perhaps..."
He pauses, growing solemn.
"Perhaps they would have trained me better."
I feel small in my silly lies, in my vain desires to impress someone I've only just met. He looks up and smiles again, then leans back, relaxes.
"Excuse my curiosity, pure man. I am not at ease with people I do not know, but it is my failing, and not theirs. Please accept my apology."
My instinct as old Scarlet is to comfort him, make him feel better about himself and his life, relate to him and share his discomfort. But Agatha has made it clear that is not how a patrician in these circumstances would act. So I shrug, pretending to pay him half attention as I scan the crowd. I suppose one raised amongst books instead of parents must be permitted some oddity. I accept his apology, but demean his upbringing, mix compliment and insult together. It is the way of patricians. I hate it. He smiles at me again, but there's no warmth to it this time.
"Have you met the other prospect?"
he asks, clearly done with our conversation. I don't blame him. I had to meet you first, pure man, I say, standing. It was a pleasure. I turn, ready to leave, but then spin to face him again, the cold patrician version of myself gone for a moment, replaced by the real me. My face softens and I hold out my hand. Good luck, I say with sincerity as he shakes it. We lock eyes, bonded by whatever is to come. Our hands clasp a fraction too long for polite society. Then he pulls away, his eyes averted from mine as if in guilt. But the trial of strength has not yet started, so I can't fathom what he might have to feel guilty for. Jax arrives then, arm ready to escort me to the next prospect. There are 3 of us, and only one will be chosen. We approach a young woman by the balcony. Her back is to me as she sips wine and chats with the large crowd she's drawn. She wears black, with red lining on the inside of her cape and collar. Her black hair is pulled up in a stylish twist. I hear her voice as she tells a story, and it tugs at something inside me, but I can't place it until she turns to face me. I freeze. My heart stops. I know her. I know the other initiate prospect. We are both frozen for a moment, staring at each other. How is this possible? Where has she been all these years? My heart is clogged full of emotions, and I'm trying to breathe and not do or say something that will ruin me. She regains her composure first, smiling gracefully as she takes my hand and presents me to her group. Everyone, may I introduce Scarlet of the House of Night, the 3rd initiate prospect, and my dearest friend. She holds up her wine glass. I realize I left mine at the table with Falcon, so Jax hands me his and I raise it. The crowd of people smile, nodding, delighted by the twist of us being friends. Brooke turns to me. Shall we walk together, old friend? Her speech is perfect. She does not sound like the Brooke of old, but I see her younger self in her sparkling eyes, in her short-cropped hair and sharp chin. I turn with her, and we walk down away from the gawking crowd and toward a private garden area. Here, dark bushes are trimmed into the form of swans, and a fountain spurts water between them, lit with purple light. The air smells of lavender and mint, tingling my nose. Once we are no longer in public view, I pull Brooke into a hard hug, holding her close. She returns the embrace and tears fill my eyes. We are both in tears as we pull away gently from each other. Brooke chuckles. Pure man, you ruin me. I'm crying like this is a plebe affair. Then let's pretend it is, I say. I need to hold my sister a moment longer. We finish our hug. The moment is perfect, and I am afraid to break it. But there is something I must ask. Something I'm scared to ask. Is Ella here? Brooke sits on a stone bench, her eyes dark. She shakes her head, and then she tells me what happened. After I was taken, I woke up in a dark and dank place, chained to a metal wall. The man who took Ella and me was Apex, the leader of those who take zeniths. He starved us first. After 3 days, he fed us, but only when we did as he pleased. It took months before he rewarded us with fresh air, before I figured out we were on a ship. In that time, he assessed our taints. Ella was a dud, so she would serve those who needed serving and please men who needed pleasing. I was a grabber. They threw me in the fighting pits. My stomach clenches and I feel sick. I sit by her, holding her hand as she finishes her story, her eyes far away, lost in the distance of her past. Every day, Pats bet on whether I would live or not. Every day, my opponent was stronger than the last. Every day, I won. She looks at me a moment, the pain of her journey raw on her beautiful face. They kept us in a glass cylinder for the fights. The glass was always smooth and perfect, more so when it was slick with blood. Many tried to break it. None left a crack. She sucks in her breath, her eyes drifting again. But they were not like me. She sips at her wine and continues. I knew, one day, I would be strong enough. And one day I was. I shattered the glass and fled. I searched for Ella, but I did not find her. A man I threatened told me she had died long ago. Someone had shot her up with more drugs than she could take. I did not wish to hear his words, but in my heart I had known for a while. I left the ship before Apex could find me. I did not see him again. I think she's done, but her hand squeezes mine and she looks at me, her face cold, hard, determined. But one day I will, and then we two shall bet on who will live and who will die. I'm so sorry, Brooke. I can't imagine what you went through. And Ella, poor sweet Ella. I had thought them dead long ago. I didn't imagine either could have survived what I knew would surely be their fate. That Brooke made it out is a miracle, but still my heart grieves for Ella. I think back to my birthday so long ago, when Ella tried to help me understand what color felt like. She had such a gentle soul. Brooke pats my hand. It is what it is. Let us not dwell on sadness. Tell me about you, about your family. My heart contracts. I'm afraid we are both full of sad news this day. My parents were killed recently. It's how I came to be here. Brooke hugs me then. We will bear our pain and we will not let it stop us. I hope we can at least be happy for having found each other at long last. We both cry, laugh, and pull away, wiping our eyes to fix our makeup. A thought occurs to me, and I tilt my head. How long has Jax known you were alive? Around a year, she says. But he couldn't tell you, and neither could I. We are forbidden to divulge unnecessary information to patricians in hiding. When he informed me you had arrived at the castle, I couldn't wait to see you. But I was away, and I asked Jax to keep the secret a while longer. I wished to tell you in person. Were your parents patricians as well? That seems unlikely, but I don't even know what's true or not anymore. I try not to let Jax's further deceptions hurt my heart. I fail. She shakes her head. When I got out, around 2 years ago, I had nothing. I tried to look for work, but I was a plebe zen with no education. So, I started fighting again. People placed their bets, and I kept winning. I started doing matches at patrician affairs. One of them was kind to me. She offered me food and a place to stay. She was, I discovered, the Queen of York. She was seeking a tutor for her younger children, to better train them in combat, and she had found me. I trained her family for a year, and we grew closer. Then, when I thought my services would be over, she offered to adopt me. She offered to make me a patrician, and I accepted. The House of York is a royal family. That means... In the courtyard, I should have bowed. I should have addressed you as Your Highness. My face turns red. She outranks me, despite my high family name. Yes, you should have, says Brooke with a teasing grin. But I think Pats need a shock now and again. Have you seen your mother? I ask. Brooke looks down, frowning. I can't. Not yet. What do I tell her? That I let my sister die? That I chose a different family than hers so I could take care of myself? I can't face her yet. I'm about to tell her I think her mother would understand, that she wouldn't blame Brooke for Ella's fate. They were both children. So young. But the garden around us fills with mist, and my grandfather's voice fills the air around us.
Welcome to the trial of strength, initiate prospects. A serf will present you each with a bow and arrows as the party clears out.
As if on command, a teen boy scrambles up and hands both Brooke and me a bow and sheath of arrows, then scrambles away. I stare at the bow in my hand as my grandfather continues speaking.
The rules are simple. Hit your opponents with an arrow before you are hit. Anyone hit with an arrow is eliminated. The last one standing wins. And, finally, try not to die.
Death is a possibility? Seriously? My heart is thumping in my chest, and I'm still trying to figure out what to do when I look up and see Falcon facing me, with an arrow cocked and pointed straight at my chest. I run. The arrow whizzes by my ear, missing me by a hair. I have to get my head in this game, which is not easy after a bumpy trip through the lands of sad memories. I'm stuck at a dead end, on the edge of the small garden on the roof. I look down at the forest and park area below. It's my only chance. Using my Gen Mod and Nephilim advantages, I launch myself over the side of the building and land in a tumble near brush and bushes, throwing myself into their cover. A wave of nausea sweeps through me. Not from the fall, surely. It wasn't that far, and I've taken more serious tumbles while training with Zorin. I take a deep breath, letting the sick feeling pass. I hear rustling in the forest around me. Animals? Brooke or Falcon? I move slowly, with light feet, like hunting and tracking wild animals the way Mirden and my dad taught me. I can't shake the sick feeling, though. It's getting worse. With each step my legs feel heavier, like trunks of trees sending their roots into the earth, slowing me until I can barely move. My clothing is damp from sweat, and the scent of it triggers my memory. I hold up my arm and inhale more deeply. It's a sickly sweet smell, like rotting fruit. I know that scent. My mind tumbles back in time to forbidden lessons with Mirden. Lessons on poison. This is Red Fairy. My stomach roils, and I turn my head to a bush and vomit out red wine and stomach bile. The wine! That's why Falcon looked so guilty. He poisoned me. I wish this surprised me more, but I'm finding the Patrician Society is full of double-crossing, power-seeking players with agendas of their own. I hear the noise again, and I wipe my mouth on the sleeve of my beautiful tunic and move back cautiously. A giant beast lunges from the brush and pins me down. I scream as its teeth drip saliva down my neck. It's a giant wolf, like the ones I saw pulling the carriages in New York. Only this one looks hungry. And I'm dinner. My mind spins for a moment, the poison in my body making it hard to think. The beast's claws dig into my shoulders, and pain rips through me with each tear of my skin. I realize I'm going to die if I can't get away. And then I remember the dagger Agatha slipped me on behalf of my grandfather. Did he know this was part of the trial? Why would they send something to kill us? I fumble for the dagger at my thigh, pulling it out as I summon my Nephilim power. My wings won't help right now, but my strength will. I focus, and the poison in my system ebbs away. The black creature pinning me looks almost surprised that I fight back, that I am able to push his 300-pound body off me even as I slip the dagger into his side. It's not a mortal wound, but it stuns him long enough for me to escape. I stand, head clearing long enough to run with everything in me. I hear the wolf howling in pain and anger, but I lose myself in the forest, hiding behind trees and boulders, hoping the scent of my blood doesn't attract the creature. In the distance I hear other noises, those of humans running through woods. Falcon and Brooke are hunting each other. And me. I keep moving, the poison sending shivers through me. My Nephilim blood keeps me alive, but for how much longer? I need the antidote. I need dark leaf. It's a common plant, but powerful if used correctly. I silently bless Mirrodin for his unorthodox lessons those many years ago as I search for the plant I need. I find it nestled under a great oak tree. The green leaves are dark and smell mildly minty. I stick a handful in my mouth and chew them up, then spit them out into my hand. I need this in my bloodstream. Fortunately, the wolf helpfully ripped open my shoulder and exposed some much-needed blood. I make a paste and plaster my wound with the leaves. It burns, and I stifle a scream, but I can feel it working already. I take another handful of leaves, chew and swallow. It can't hurt to take it in a few ways. I look at the tall tree above me and start climbing. I need a safe place to rest while the herbs work, and this will give me a good vantage point of the forest and the others. My stomach swims from the poison and herbs mixing, and I have to stop, breathe, vomit again, and then keep climbing. The smell of my sweat doesn't help with the nausea. I hope Agatha can get this outfit clean. I really like it. It only takes a few minutes before I get most of my strength back. My shoulder feels on fire, but I don't think I'll die anytime soon. I get as high as I can up the tree and scan the forest. Brooke and Falcon aren't far from me. In fact, they are getting closer. Brooke chasing Falcon. I need to take them out and end this. I notch an arrow on my bow. These arrows are designed to stun the target, not kill them. I'm trying to decide which of them to aim for first, when the wolf makes an appearance, looking fiercer than ever, my dagger still stuck in his side. He can't find me, though he can smell me, and instead, he lunges for Falcon. Brooke watches, but doesn't have a clear shot at Falcon any longer. I could take out Brooke right now and win if the wolf ends Falcon. I look to Falcon, who is pinned, scared, in mortal danger. I don't pause. I aim and shoot, and the wolf falls off Falcon, stunned into silence. Brooke looks up, sees me in the tree, and fires. I feel the arrow hit me, feel the electrical currents shoot through me. Then, nothing. Chapter 25. Viper. When I wake, I'm in a chair and my grandfather is by my side. We are back on the roof, and the party is in full swing again. I look up, my head spinning. What happened?
You were knocked out of the tree when Brooke shot you,
he says, kneeling to speak to me eye to eye. Ah, right. That's fun. Everything hurts, but I no longer have gashes across my shoulder and I can tell everything else is healing pretty fast. I was poisoned, I say. Red Fairy. It's deadly. I found the antidote, but... He shakes his head.
I feared something like that would happen. You are my granddaughter. Many think you will be given preferential treatment for a spot as an initiate. They will do what they can to take you out.
Falcon, maybe, but not Brooke.
Not just them. Many great families have stakes in who is chosen.
That's news to me. I push myself off the chair and he helps me stand. I'm okay. My head is clearing.
That is good,
he says, his eyes kind, worried.
Your next trial could begin at any time.
I nod and walk over to Brooke, who is talking with the small group. She smiles when she sees me, holding out a glass of wine, but I decline. Can I speak with you a moment? Of course, she says, excusing herself from the others. Are you okay? She asks. Yes, I'm fine. Scarlet, I'm sorry. I hope... I don't blame you at all, I say, placing a hand on her arm. I would have made the same choice in your position. She smiles, relief softening her features. I'm glad you understand. A voice behind us interrupts. It's the pinched woman who insulted me earlier. She's sneering at me now.
You shouldn't even be in the running, girl. You are weak, shooting the wolf instead of winning. You'll never make a worthy knight.
She's laughing when Brooke walks over to her, smiling. She stops laughing when Brooke grabs the back of her head and bashes her face into a stone wall, shattering her nose. The woman stumbles back, blood running down her face and chest. "How dare you!"
I am a member of the House of York. I dare do what I please. But if your honor is offended, perhaps you would fancy a duel?
The woman backs away, hands up in resignation. The crowd around us stands, stunned. I'm still trying to process what just happened as Brooke looks at everyone carefully.
Scarlet made the right choice. The human choice. No one will dare insult her again. Are we clear?
She doesn't wait for an answer, but walks away, winking at me as she does. Any other secrets I should know about? I ask Jax as he walks me back to my room. I'm already healed, but he still worries. He glances at me, his face unreadable. He doesn't answer, just says, "I'm sorry, Star." I sigh. There are always secrets. She's changed. We all have. I nod. Life has taken us down very different paths, and yet they all led to Castle V. Except Ella. Her path was destroyed far too early. I will make Apex pay for that, and for all the harm he has done to so many. Jax bows to me, then kisses my cheek, before leaving me in the care of Agatha. She tisks when she sees the state of my outfit. "You smell of vomit and rotten fruit," she says as she helps me undress. I was poisoned, and attacked, and I fell from a tree. She raises an eyebrow but says nothing as I slip into my bathroom to take a quick shower. Once I'm dressed in clean clothes, my own clothes, we begin more training.
Your trial of wit is next,
she explains.
It is my hope and belief you will do better with this one.
Strength is perhaps not your strength. Her lips twitch into an almost smile, and I laugh. Where do we start? I ask. She hands me a book.
Read, and we will talk.
I spend the rest of the day and the next reading and talking with her, my grandfather, even Jax. It's a strange kind of preparation, where my ability to not just understand information, but communicate it in witty and engaging ways is tested. For example, why is it a criminal offense for a man living in York to be buried in Skye? Because he's still living. By their looks, I can tell I'm doing much better at this. There's a feeling of relief amongst my little group of tutors, as if I'm not a complete and utter failure at this. I miss my parents. They should have told me about this part of my life. They should be the ones helping me prepare. It's late when Evie beeps my e-glass at me. What's up, Evie? Scarlet, I have completed accessing the Apex channels of communication. Though most are far too encrypted to hack, I managed to decrypt a few. I sit up, closing the book on my lap. Did you find something? There's a warehouse, and it might be significant. I'm already pulling out my Nightfall backpack and slipping out the third-story window of my bedroom when I give her instructions to relay this information to Trix, TR, and Zoran. Tell them I'm on my way. The evening is cool and dark, a new moon hiding in the night. It doesn't take long to fly to the cathedral. When I arrive, the little village we're creating is mostly asleep. I fly straight to the cathedral door, let myself in, and find everyone at the war table. Zoran holds up his tablet. "We hacked into the security cameras," he says. "This group is keeping Zeniths trapped and drugged, selling them off to clients. Their leader is called Jerry Main, and we believe he might be working with Apex. He may know where we can find him." TR taps his tablet and projects something into my e-glass. "Jerry Main doesn't leave his warehouse often. When he does,
His vehicle is surrounded by security.
Where did we find this information? I sink into a seat at the table and Zoran passes me a life force. Trix answers.
Jerry's wanted by the Inquisition. They have a file on his tactics. A file we hacked.
I scan through the data on my e-glass. The warehouse isn't heavily defended. Jerry must be relying on secrecy for security. This will be easy. Zoran frowns.
I know that look, Nightfall. No.
I grin at him. He won't be expecting an attack. He thinks no one knows about the warehouse.
He's dangerous,
Zoran argues. Not as dangerous as me. Our team prepares for the assault, loading weapons and dressing in black armor. When we enter the city, I will find an Inquisition officer and make them do my bidding. When our mission is over, the Inquisition will arrest Jerry Mayne and his accomplices. The Dark Templars won't understand how I managed it, but they trust in my plans. Trix walks to my side, arms crossed over her chest.
I had a similar plan once.
When you attacked the Vatican? I ask, staring out the cathedral balcony. She nods.
We surrounded the place, but there was an Inquisitor with andronic mods, maybe also a Zen.
He threw a bruiser at me. She kicks a rock, then bends to pick it up, looking at it as she speaks. We fought, and I got a hold of him. Grabbed his head. She squeezes the stone in her hand.
And he exploded.
She incinerates the rock until it's nothing but dust she flicks off her skin.
But we had taken too long, and reinforcements arrived.
I was so close to ending all this, but I failed. All those killed by the Order since then. Their blood is on my hands. She looks over at me, her green eyes holding mine.
We can't fail, En.
I lay a hand on her arm. Without you, the Dark Templars wouldn't exist. You are the heart of us, the reason we have an organized cause at all. Soon, we will grind the apex into dust. I sit on a lighthouse made of shining metal, and I survey the surroundings as my cloak flaps around me. The warehouse is by the docks. It is a large, simple building, next to roaring waves and giant ships. My ears are filled with the groaning of machinery and the yelling of people as they move cargo from ships to trucks. They work hard, and we will avoid them in our assault. The air smells of salt and fish. The wind is furious. The sky is dark, but the port and warehouse are lit with lamps. Places like these do not sleep. They work through the day and night, producing goods for those who can afford them. The ships provide food and technology. The warehouse provides zeniths. They are used as tools for sick pleasures and cheap labor. My stomach twists at the thought. I need to focus. I tap my e-glass. Begin. A dozen Dark Templars led by Trix emerge from a building below me. They reach the side of the warehouse, avoiding the lights as best they can. The front entrance is guarded, but this path will not be. Trix touches the wall, and around her palm, a circle of steel, larger than a person, turns red. Then it turns to gray ash and falls at her feet. Her pyromatics are stronger than I thought, and now they have an opening. Trix sneaks through the new hole in the warehouse, and the Dark Templars follow. TR is positioned on a storage building next to the lighthouse, ready to use his sniper rifle for support. Zoran emerges from the dark sky and lands on the warehouse silently. He enters through a window near the ceiling. My e-glass is synced with all of my generals and my troops, and I watch the mission unfold. Before our enemy can react, we are upon them. Like a fog of sleep, we drift through the warehouse, knocking out sentries and doctors with chloroform. From Trix's point of view, I see her grab an armed man from behind. He collapses back against her, and she lays him down gently. Next, she grabs a doctor, who sleeps in his chair, still wearing a white coat. Through Zorin's feed, I see him choke another doctor until the woman passes out. Their medicines are used to keep the Zeniths docile and weak, and I feel no pity for them. The area is almost secured. Next, I must find Jerry Mayne and interrogate him with my talent. I jump down from the lighthouse, using my wings to drift slowly to the hold Trix burned. A light rain begins to fall. I enter the warehouse, staying hidden behind a stack of crates as I work my way to a steel staircase. When I turn past the crates, I see a nurse studying his clipboard, unaware his comrades have fallen. I do not hesitate when I grab him by the neck. I scan his mind for Jerry Mayne's location, and when I have it, I tell him to rest. He crumples at my feet, a peaceful smile on his lips. He should enjoy his dreams, for he will wake to a nightmare. As an experiment, I touch him again and ask him to stand. He does not stir. Zorin must be right. I can only use my talent on someone once. My Dark Templars continue moving through the warehouse, around stacks of crates and below old yellow lamps. We pass empty beds and cages on the first floor. The sheets are still messy, and the smell of sedatives and smoke is thick in the air. The Zeniths were sold recently. Apex must have them now. He will not have them for long. I reach the steel staircase and walk to the top of the warehouse. There is a private room built from dark wood with windows to overlook the workers below. The room Jerry Mayne uses. Zorin and Trix stand at my side, and I tell them to wait. I am the only one needed now. I open the door and find a slim man leaning over a mahogany table, a bottle in his hand, dark shadows under his eyes.
"I knew you would come," he says. "Someone always comes. Eventually."
He gulps down his drink and turns to face me. There is little light in the room, only a small gray lamp on his messy desk. The air is heavy with smoke.
"So what can I do for you, Nightfall?"
"Tell me where Apex is." I take a step forward, my footsteps loud against the wood, and reach for him. Jerry raises his hand.
"No need for violence, Nightfall." His voice is rough and weary. He is a man consumed by his own troubles. "You will find Apex on his ship. The coordinates are—"
Something swooshes by me, and an arrow hits Jerry in the neck. His head crumples, his throat gurgling. I turn and see a shadow at a window above me. The figure wears a black cloak torn into ribbons. They sway and hiss in the wind like vipers. She, I think it is a she because of her body shape, turns away toward the night. I unleash my wings and dash upward as the figure jumps outside. I land on the window ledge, scanning the city. I see a shadow fleeing down an alley. I follow, my wings a spiral of silver in the darkness. I land in a puddle, searching for the figure. The rain is strong now, beating against my skin. Whoever this person, this viper, is, they knew about my plan, and they had cause to stop it. Images flash through my mind. A black hood, snakes hissing on a coat, a ring with a blade. Apex. Was that him? One of his agents? My head spins as I fall to my knees and scream into the night. Once again, I have failed to find my enemy. I have failed to avenge Brooke and Ella. The rage within me is a living thing, and it eats away at my insides. Tears flow from my eyes, and I punch the concrete below me. It cracks like thunder in a storm.
"Nightfall?"
asks Zorin softly. He is behind me, but I do not move to face him. Wet footsteps. He is closer. His hand is on my shoulder.
"Nightfall."
His voice pulls me from my memories. "I'm fine," I say sharply. "We need to regroup." I stand, dusting off my cloak, and walk past him. back toward the light. We regroup back within the warehouse. I meet my generals in the wooden room above the stairs. It is a messy place, full of papers and clothes. We lost our lead, I explain, attempting to stay composed. Our team had high hopes for this mission, and despite our failure, I cannot allow our hope to fade. Someone was there, a viper in the night. They killed our target before I could question him. They must have known we needed the information in his mind, so they eliminated him. Trix bows her head, and TR groans and paces. Zoran leans against the door, tapping his fingers on the wall, his rage the calmest of all. We need to find another lead, I continue, and if we can find this person, this viper, that would help. For now, search the warehouse. See if you can find any clues to Apex's whereabouts. You have 1 hour. Then the Inquisition will arrive and arrest all those within. TR raises a questioning eyebrow at my last comment, but says nothing. My generals leave the room, and I collapse in the wooden chair, finally letting my composure break. Every bone and muscle in my body throbs with stress, and I take deep breaths, willing myself to relax. I need to rest, to sleep, too. My e-glass beeps, and Evie's voice speaks softly into my ear. "Scarlet, I have received a message from the Chancellor. You have to get back to the castle. Your next trial is about to begin." Chapter 26. Trial of Wit. My hair is back to pale blonde, and I am dressed for my life at Castle V, but my mind cannot shake the memories of tonight. Thoughts of Apex consume me. I'm running through the castle courtyard, barely paying attention to where I'm going, when I hear Ragathon and my grandfather arguing under the shade of a fairy tree. "We cannot allow this," Ragathon says through clenched teeth. "We know Nightfall was part of the attack on the warehouse. She's working with the shadows. They're calling themselves the Dark Templars now. They make a mockery of the Four Orders, of our way of life. They are a problem we must end." I clench my fist, resisting the urge to shout at him. The Dark Templars are the problem? Not Apex and his corrupt organization? Not the group that is kidnapping and using Zeniths? Not the group that killed Ella? My grandfather says something I can't hear. Whatever his words, they do not make Ragathon happy, which makes me smile. Evie beeps in my ear, reminding me to hurry, and I pick up the pace, bumping shoulders with the Seeker, who is walking towards Ragathon. The scowl is still on my face from her mentor's words, and she frowns at me. "We're not your enemy, Scarlet." Oh, if only she knew what I truly am. As the Seeker leaves, Evie says prospects are to meet at the third door on the left in the second-level hall of the Northwest Tower. I sigh and ask her to map the way. This place is deceptively hard to navigate, and I have no energy left in me. Whatever this trial is, I hope it is easier than the first. When I arrive in the correct hall, Falcon joins me.
"Hello, Scarlet. Are you well?"
I wonder if he sees the anger and sorrow within me. I tell him I am fine, because I cannot discuss the truth. "You?" He smiles, pulling out a golden necklace from behind his shirt. It is a symbol of some sort. He grips it hard.
"I am well, because of you, Scarlet. You saved my life."
I shrug. Anyone would have done the same.
"Not likely," he says.
"What's that symbol?" I ask, pointing at his necklace. He opens his palm, showing me the amulet.
"It is an ankh. It means a breath of life."
The symbol is a cross, with an oval shape at the top. Vague memories of reading about symbols, about the Leviathan cross and the ankh, surface in my mind. The old religions are outlawed. His eyes move swiftly from side to side, nervously, but only for a moment. If I were not Nephilim, I may have missed it. He laughs.
It is not religious. I wear it to remind me of the value of life and the beauty of it.
I nod. The Ankh may mean more to him than he admits, but his secret will be safe with me. We all have sides hidden from the world. He still looks on edge, so I touch his shoulder. Don't worry, I won't discuss your amulet with anyone. Thank you for sharing it with me. He smiles, his dark face relaxed, and I glance at his Ankh, reminding myself that there is beauty in my life. I must not dwell on the deaths of the past. After a moment, we reach the correct door. A Teutonic stands guard, and he asks us to hand him our e-glasses and anything in our pockets or on our persons. No weapons, not even so much as a pen and paper, is allowed into the room. Brooke is the last to arrive. As she walks up, I turn the handle on the door, and the three of us walk into a simple room devoid of all furniture or ornaments. Once we enter, the door behind us slams shut. Brooke tries the door. It's locked. The stone floors have been stripped of carpets, and there are no windows or dressings on the wall. In the center of the room sits an ornate box the size of a book. The three of us sit in a small circle around it. "What are we meant to do?" Brooke asks. I am too tired for puzzles, but this is one I must solve. So I pick up the box and examine it. It's made of a dark wood and polished to a high sheen. It's carved with asymmetrical patterns and appears to be all one piece. It's one of those puzzle boxes. I run my fingers over the smooth wood, feeling for the hidden mechanisms to open it. It takes only a few minutes for me to unlock its secrets. A hidden panel slips out, revealing a single sheet of thick cream paper. I read the words out loud. "Greetings, initiate prospects. Here you will find a riddle to challenge the greatest minds in the history of our world. This riddle predates the Cataclysm, and is credited to an ancient thinker whose work has mostly been lost to our time. His name was Einstein, and he believed only 2% of the population could puzzle out the answer to this question without the use of writing implements. You will remain locked in this room until one of you speaks the correct answer into the box. You only have one chance to answer. If you answer incorrectly, the box locks you out permanently. Once you answer correctly, the door will unlock and you will be released." Brooke takes the paper from me, scanning down to the riddle. She reads the rest out loud. "The riddle is as follows. There are 5 houses, with 5 occupants, each with a different color house, different beverage of choice, different favorite brand of cigarette, and a unique pet. With only the following information as aid, you must reason out who owns the fish." She passes the paper back to me and I read through the clues. 1. The Englishman lives in the red house. 2. The Swede keeps dogs. 3. The Dane drinks tea. There are 12 more clues, all similar to the first 3. "We can only answer once, and only one person can answer," Brooke says. The implications are weighty. We must all agree on who answers, and trust that they have it correct. "What happens if we fail?" I ask. Neither of them has an answer. We take turns reading through the riddle. We can't take notes, so we must hold it all in our minds. Falcon and Brooke talk through the options of the riddle, but I move away, closing my eyes as I sink into my mind. Mirrodin once taught me a valuable tool in memory and deductive, inductive, and adductive reasoning called the method of loci, a mnemonic adopted in ancient Greece and Roman rhetorical treatises. I place each piece of information the riddle gave us into its own room in my mind, adding the details visually. I do not know how long I sit there, alone in my thoughts, but I am sore, tired, and hungry when I open my eyes. Falcon is pacing the empty room, and Brooke is staring at the paper with a scowl. She sighs when she sees I'm back. "Any luck?" I shake my head, still trying to figure it out. "You?" "No. This is impossible. I wouldn't be surprised if this doesn't even have an answer.
How can they expect us to dwell here without food or drink? We don't even have pillows, Falcon says.
They wouldn't let us starve to death here, would they? Brooke sounds worried. We wouldn't starve, I say. We would dehydrate first. Humans can't go more than a few days without water, but can go much longer without food. Thanks for that, Brooke says with sarcasm. If it's any consolation, we're all likely well hydrated and these aren't harsh conditions, I say, trying to sound more energized than I am. We could possibly survive up to 3 days without water. Falcon looks at me with an odd expression on his face.
A bit of a survivalist, are you?
My parents had a thing about it, I say by way of explanation. I picked up a few things. Too bad you didn't pick up anything about Einstein, Brooke says, slamming the paper to the floor. Yeah. I get up to stretch, examining the room for clues, but there is nothing in here but us. We are trapped for 2 days without food and water. I watch as Falcon and Brooke devolve, as their personalities fray from tedium, hunger, and thirst. One night, Falcon murmurs in his sleep,
I'm sorry, but I don't want to be a knight. I don't want to be. Please, Mother, don't make me go.
When he wakes, none of us ask about his past. That day, Brooke weeps in a corner. She whispers for Ella. She whispers for forgiveness. They don't do well under stress. I do far better. Likely it is because I am Nephilim. I don't need water like them, and it seems I can last longer without blood than humans can without water. But on the 3rd day, I begin to hunger. I can smell their blood pulsing under their skin, and I know I must answer the question soon, before my own willpower shatters and I become the monster the world fears my kind to be. I reach for the paper and read it through again, and then I smile. I know the answer. Brooke and Falcon stop bickering with each other and both turn to me. Really? Brooke asks, crawling over to me. We stopped walking a day ago. I thought Brooke and Falcon would begin hallucinating, but they didn't. I suspect because of the Andronics gen mod. Really, I say. I know the answer. Falcon looks at me.
Are you sure? One wrong answer, pure man, and we are doomed.
I nod. You need to trust me. I'm sure. Brooke and Falcon look to each other, and then nod as one. We will die soon anyways. Why not? Brooke hands me the box. I open it and speak clearly into it. The German. We all turn when the door behind us clicks and swings open.
I'm surprised it took you so long to figure out,
says my grandfather as he hands me a life force and fresh bread. We sit in the courtyard minutes after the trial, under a sun I have not seen for 3 days, and I drink quickly to regain energy. I take a bite of the bread to keep up appearances. I solved the riddle on the 1st day. He raises a bushy eyebrow.
And you waited 3 days to answer it?
I nod, opening a 3rd pack of life force. I wanted to see how my competition handles pressure. The Chancellor nods, running his fingers through his gray beard.
Clever. And how did they fare?
Not well. Falcon doesn't want to be a knight. He's only here because of expectations. In the end, his lack of commitment will show. He won't win.
And the Princess of York?
She is still haunted by the past. But so am I. A warm breeze flutters past us, and my lungs fill with fresh air of the courtyard, so different from that stifling room. I remember my friend's soft cries. I'm sorry I put her through that. I could have saved her pain. My grandfather taps his cane against the stone floor.
The information you gleaned on Falcon is valuable, but
it won't help. I still need to beat Brooke. Only one can win. I consider ways of using Brooke's past trauma against her, and I almost vomit from disgust. I will not use Ella's memory for my own means. When I win, it will be honorably. Brooke walks over to us, looking rejuvenated. We're tied now, you and I. May the best Pat win. Are you ready for the trial of grace? I hear it's full of high society types who love to judge.
She'll do great at the ball,
the Chancellor says with a confidence I don't feel.
I'm sure she will,
Brooke says, leaving us and disappearing within the castle. Falcon walks over next, his eyes still red and weary.
May I have a moment?
He asks. I nod, standing up from the bench. I say goodbye to the Chancellor and follow Falcon inside the castle.
It seems I must thank you again,
he says.
One more day, and I'm sure I would have died.
They wouldn't have actually let us die, would they? He shrugs.
It is the nature of this game. They need the strongest, the best, the bravest. There can be no real trial without risk.
Well, it's almost over, I say, walking with him down the stone halls towards my room. Only one more trial.
About that.
He pauses, glancing at me.
I propose we team up against Brooke.
I stop, turning to him. Why? He twists the silver ring on his finger, engraved with a cloud, the sigil of his house.
These games, they are not fair. I am from a small house. You were not even supposed to be in this race at all. You replaced a nobody. The cards were always stacked in favor of Brooke, a princess of York. There are powerful people who want her to win.
You weren't the one who poisoned me, were you? He smiles sadly.
No, I was not.
But Brooke would never do that to me. We've known each other since childhood. He steps closer, his voice lowering.
She may not have poisoned you, but her supporters would have. Since you and she are friends, she trusts you most. You could use that to your advantage.
He holds out a dagger to me, hilt first.
The trial of grace does not allow weapons. It is an immediate fail to be caught with one. If you slipped this onto her person, and if she were caught with it,
she would lose, and I would win the initiate trials. I finish, my stomach clenching at the thought of betraying my old friend. But I have to weigh that against the greater good of infiltrating the orders so I can take them down. This isn't just my fight. This is the fight of the Dark Templars, of all the oppressed in this unjust world. Their hopes and dreams rest on my ability to gain a foothold into this elite society.
This would give us an even playing field for once,
he says, clutching his ankh again.
You and I, we would make honorable knights. We are not bought and paid for by a powerful family. Either of us would be a better knight than someone beholden to the corruption of the House of York.
And if I don't do this? If I try to win on my own merits? He shakes his head sadly.
That will never be possible in this world, Scarlet. You will lose.
Students of the orders mill about the training yard. They wear robes, displaying their chosen orders on their chest, as they train with weapons or in hand-to-hand combat. I'm practicing forms with my sword. Not the forms Zoran teaches me, of course, but the ones I'm expected to know as part of my initiate prospect training. Not for the first time I wish my parents had prepared me better for this life, though I know why they didn't. They hoped I'd never have this life. I'm again grateful for Mirdan's early training of me. Without him, I'd be more lost than I already am. At least he gave me some foundation before he left. My sword gleams in the morning sun, casting shards of light against the stone walls of the training yard. I lunge, impaling an imaginary opponent, when my grandfather arrives and smiles at me.
"Shouldn't you be preparing for your final trial?"
he asks. I let my sword drop, my arm aching. "How do you prepare for a party? My gown is ready, my makeup has been chosen, my stylist is ready." Even saying all of this makes me feel ridiculous.
"Yes, but have you mastered the social graces?"
he asks.
"Dancing, small talk, the proper degree of obsequiousness depending on the rank of the person to whom you are being presented?"
I groan and look longingly at my sword. Combat training seems easy compared to the trial of grace. What happens if I fail at this? I already know the answer, but I ask anyways. He frowns.
"Even your relation to me cannot guarantee you a spot in this program if you do not pass the trials."
Maybe that's for the best. I stab at the ground with my sword. Maybe this isn't the world for me. I know, of course, that I cannot give up that easily. If it were just me, I'd gladly live out my life somewhere away from this society, where I can tinker with my computers and enjoy the simple life my father had hoped for me. All those bold dreams I had as a child feel painfully naive now that I'm here living them. But this isn't about my own small life. Not anymore. Jax walks up to us, a grin on his face.
"Is the lady giving up so easily?"
I glare at him, but he just smiles back.
"I've come to rescue you, fair maiden,"
he says, holding out a hand. I look at it, confused. My grandfather steps back and clicks on his e-glass. Music streams out. Some kind of ballad. Oh no. I step away from Jax. I am not dancing here, in front of all these people.
"You have to practice,"
Jax says. "In private, maybe." I cross my arms over my chest.
"You've had enough private lessons. You won't be in private come the ball."
He steps forward and pulls me into his arms. His mouth is near my ear as he speaks softly.
"You can do this, Star. I know you can."
We begin to step to the music, measured, slow movements that take us in a loop. I follow his lead, matching my feet to his, holding my arms the way he instructs. My face turns red as other students stop to watch us. I see Brooke smile and clap to the music out of the corner of my eye. I'm sure she's been well trained in the social graces. And she and I are tied. I have no idea how I'm going to win this. Lost in thought, I lose track of my footing and trip on Jax, smashing his toes under mine. He catches me, and I try not to make eye contact with anyone around me as we start the dance again.
"Your mother also struggled with this,"
my grandfather says, surprising me. I look to him as I move with Jax. Really? It's hard to imagine her bad at anything. He chuckles.
"Oh, she had her moments, believe me. You two are more alike than you think."
He holds up his arms and sways his hips.
"I, on the other hand, am as graceful as a swan."
I laugh as he mock dances near us. I can tell from the shocked look on the faces of the other students that they have never seen their chancellor behave this way in public. His silliness eases a bit of my worry and embarrassment, and I'm grateful to him. If I had to bet, I'd say he did this for exactly that reason, and it's one of the nicest things anyone has done for me since I arrived here. Other students join in the dancing as weapons are forgotten and music fills the training yard. There is laughter and friendly banter until it is interrupted by an unwelcome voice. "Is this an area for combat training, or have I been misinformed all these years?" Everyone stops dancing, and students pick up their weapons to resume their training. Jax stands by my side as Ragathon strides over, a scowl on his perpetually miserable face. The small joy I experienced is sucked dry in his presence. He holds up a piece of paper very officially.
I have received special permission to open an investigation into the trial of wit. There is evidence that Scarlet Knight cheated.
His accusation is loud and spreads through the training ground amongst whispers. My cheeks turn red again, this time not in embarrassment, but anger. I am furious. Jax puts a tempering hand on my sword arm, as if he knows what I'm thinking. Truth be told, he probably does.
What grounds do you have of accusing Scarlet of this nonsense?
My grandfather asks.
There is evidence she had the answer to the riddle, that someone on the outside gave her the answer during the trial. She is to be taken in for questioning.
Ragathon puffs out his chest as if that will impress anyone here. Brooke steps forward, surprising me. That is not accurate. I was there. No such thing occurred. We never left each other's side. There is no way anyone in that room could have cheated. This expels my last doubts about Brooke. I know someone is rigging the game, maybe to her favor, but she's not a part of it. She's as much a pawn in this as I.
Be that as it may, she still needs to come in for questioning, Ragathon says, his face turning red.
Brooke studies him for a moment.
And challenge her honor? Bold move, considering.
My eyes flick back and forth between them. I don't entirely understand what's going on, but I know it's something significant.
Does the princess have something more to add to this discussion?
Ragathon asks of Brooke. She smiles, then faces Jax.
Care to spar? Graver to graver?
There's a flash of confusion on his face, but it's quickly replaced with a knowing grin. It takes me a moment to figure it out as they get into position. Brooke is casual with her approach, explaining some of her powers for the crowd gathering to watch.
Low-level gravers can give objects gravity.
She focuses on a rock, and it pulls Jax's sword toward it. He grins and yanks his blade back, away from the gravitational pull. Brooke grins.
Level 4 gravers, like Jax, can do that and much more. For example, they can move their own bodies, decreasing and manipulating their gravity so that in essence, they fly. She and Jax throw themselves into the air, and their swords clash as they dance on wind. It's incredible to watch, and I realize as eyes widen with respect at their power, that she's doing this for me. She has political weight as an adopted member of the royal family. Now she's showing Ragathon she has real power as well. Because in our world, a challenge to one's reputation can be met in combat. And I can designate someone to represent me. I could challenge Ragathon and have Brooke fight in my place. That's what she's showing him. That he'd better be beyond doubt at my guilt if he is going to tarnish my reputation. Or else. Then there are level 5 gravers, she says, looking at Ragathon squarely in the eye. They are very rare, and very powerful, and they can control the gravitational pull of objects around them.
Stones and dirt and rock begin to float around her. They launch toward Jax, slamming into his stomach and pushing him back to the ground. Brooke dashes across the training ground. Before I can blink, she holds a knife to Jax's throat. But he has a blade to her throat as well. They both grin, putting away their blades, as those around us clap and cheer at the display. She helps Jax up and dusts herself off, then faces Ragathon.
If someone says Scarlet cheated, then they challenge my word. My honor. The word of a royal.
She walks up closer to Ragathon, standing only a few centimeters away.
Anyone who wishes to do so may face me directly.
Ragathon barely breathes as the rage builds in his body like a physical thing. I can see the struggle on his face as he battles with himself. Challenge her and risk everything. or walk away and risk his pride. He sacrifices his pride and walks away. It's clear no one will question me again. The crowd disperses, and as Brooke and Jax approach me, Evie speaks into my ear. "I have a message from Zoran." "Yes?" "It's about the angel." Chapter 27. Masks. I freeze. I have to go. I'll see you all later," I say to Brooks and Jax as I run out of the training yard and into an empty hallway. Once alone, I have Evie get Zoran on the line.
"I had an idea," he says, "of where we may find the angel."
My intake of breath is sharp and almost painful. "Where?"
"Snatcher's Castle."
"From the story you told me?"
"Yes. It's been abandoned for years, but the angel must have a base. Yes, it's unlikely, but the castle is full of Nephilim and angel history. I'm not sure we will find anything, but if you want to investigate—"
"Of course I do. I must. Where?" I'm already digging out my backpack with my nightfall gear and opening my window.
"I'm right outside your window," he says.
I look down and don't see him. Then I look up, and I smile. I slip into my black armor and join him in the sky as we fly further than I ever have. "Can we really fly across an entire ocean?" I ask as we drift past clouds and over waves. Zoran chuckles.
"We do not tire easily, but if we wish to reach the castle before night falls, we must hurry."
I nod, and the both of us accelerate, rushing past the wind. We do not talk more. It is difficult at this speed. Hours later, we arrive at the base of a mountain. There lies an old ruin with broken walls and faded carvings. Near the gateway, a tower is on its side, cracked open by the force from when it fell. This place looks more rubble and dust than castle. We land and pull in our wings and look around the ruins. A great carving of Nephilim fills one of the walls. "What is that one about?" I ask, pointing at the yellow stone.
"The first one shows the Great Flood."
I pause. "What flood?"
"As you know, Nephilim were created from fallen angels mating with humans. The blood of the angels gave humans power, made them strong. The other angels did not like this, so over time they manipulated the course of history to stop it," he says as we explore. "There was a great flood that almost wiped the Nephilim out, but still they remained. Then there were the Inquisitions, but they often killed more innocent humans than actual Nephilim. What remained of our kind went into hiding for many years. But then, when they were ready, they set the world on fire."
I place a hand on a carving of a male angel and a human woman conjoined in a passionate embrace. "The cataclysm." He nods.
"After, the world was in chaos and Nephilim ruled the skies. Then a woman came along, Juliana. She rebuilt the orders and turned the tide in favor of the humans. There were wars upon wars, and after there was a kind of peace. The kind of peace built upon the subjugation of the Zenith and Nephilim. They were stripped of their rights and made less than man."
He pauses, looking past the great hall where we stand and into some distant past.
"Nyx broke that so-called truce."
"He had an apprentice who helped, did he not? Erebus?" Zoran gives a half-smile.
"Yes, you have learned well. Nyx was tactical and manipulative, but Erebus was fire. He dealt the destruction that was needed, but it was too much. In the end, the two did not agree, and that led to their kind's downfall."
I look at him carefully, studying this man of secrets. He knows so much history. He knows of the seals and of the time before the cataclysm. He is ancient, and he is powerful. So powerful, I wonder how he was ever captured. Who are you, really?
I told you when we first met. I am Count of Nightfall, left hand to the Twilight Queen before she was betrayed. Then I served new masters, and the things we did, the things I had to do, I just hope we were right.
You served Nyx and Erebus? Zoran looks into the carvings, his eyes lost in some distant memory.
Yes, in a way.
And you agreed with their methods? The assassinations, the executions. He sits down on the remains of an ancient pillar, sighing.
They did what they thought was right. Is that not what you and I do now?
I nod sadly. Yes, but we will not allow innocents to suffer.
I don't think Nyx ever intended it to be so. But war is suffering.
We are silent for a while. And then I ask something I've wondered for weeks. Zoran, why didn't you take leadership of the Shadows? Why not try to lead the Dark Templars now? You are older, stronger, more experienced. Why me? It is a long time before he responds.
I had my time to lead, he says, and I made a grave mistake. One I know I will make again. So I cannot lead. I cannot.
What was the mistake? He walks away, deeper into the castle, and his voice drifts on the wind.
Caring. I cared too much.
We spend the evening scouring the castle for clues, but aside from interesting tidbits of history, we find nothing to help me on my search. I know I shouldn't be surprised. Zoran warned me there was little chance we'd find the angel. But I am. And, as Zoran builds a fire, I throw rocks against the carvings. The flight home is too far to make without rest, so we use our capes as beds and sleep in the dirt. I'm trying to get comfortable, my eyes half closed, my mind half lost in dreams, when I see something scurrying in the dark. A face forms from the shadows, the eyes covered in cloth. It wears a gray sack over its shoulders, but when I move to get a closer look, it disappears into the darkness. It was a dream, I tell myself. Just a dream. The hardest part about learning to dance is learning to dance like a patrician. My parents never taught me, because I wasn't a pat. It would have been scandalous to teach a mere plebe these dances. But now I have very little time to learn. This last trial will decide my fate, and I'm tied with Brooke. Jax is patient with me, guiding me through different dances, styles, and arrangements. We have the ballroom to ourselves as he spins me and dips me and corrects my footing. "You're doing great," he says, leading me off the floor and getting us both a life force. We sit on the floor, backs against the marble wall, sipping our drinks as we rest. I just hope it's enough, I say. He nudges my shoulder.
It's more than enough. Trust me.
Trust. Such a tricky word. It reminds me of a question I had. Jax, do you know the Seeker?
Kira? Sure. Why?
She just seems close to Ragathon. She seems like she trusts him. I find that unfathomable.
Kira has no real family or family name, but she trained hard after being chosen as an initiate. She scored at the top of her classes, he says. But none of the orders wanted to take her. She had no great name, no royal blood. The Chancellor, your grandfather, argued for her, but he did not have enough support. Until Ragathon took up her cause. He insisted the Inquisition take her. He was the only one who chose her to be a knight.
I have so many other questions. How did she end up in initiate training to begin with? Why did Ragathon fight for her? Where does she come from? But Jax gets a call on his e-glass and excuses himself, leaving me with all my questions unanswered. It has been weeks since the trial of wit, but I have had a few opportunities to train with Jax. Now, the Carnival of Masks approaches, where people will celebrate the end of summer quarter training and the near completion of the initiate trials. The Trial of Grace will follow soon after, before the fall quarter begins. Jax has locked himself away in the woodshop, working hard on his secret project. Around Vianney, vendors are preparing for the onslaught of tourists, and everyone everywhere is buying masks made for the occasion. Demons, angels, the glorious and the ungodly, all manners of beings. It's a chance for people to forget themselves and become something other. Oh, the irony of that for me. I wonder if there will be any Nightfall masks made. The thought makes me chuckle darkly. I, of course, will not be wearing my Nightfall mask the night of the carnival, but I will be dressing as one would expect of a Pat. My serf has made sure I have everything I need to participate, but my thoughts are too distracted by the final trial to be too excited about the big day. When the day of the carnival finally arrives, bringing with it a late summer breeze, the excited energy of the town seeps into me, giving me a slight distraction from my worry over the final trial. Jax and Brooke come to my room just as Agatha is finishing up my hair. I'm wearing an elaborate costume of blue and black, with a cape and a matching mask decked in diamonds and sapphires. My hair has been braided and twisted with ribbon, and then wrapped into a side bun. My eyes have been painted so that they stand out underneath the mask. Jax whistles when he sees me.
"You've outdone yourself, Star."
"You too," I say, admiring both him and Brooke. He holds an arm out.
"Shall we?"
I take it, and the three of us walk through the castle, appreciating the streamers and decorations strewn about in bright colors. Jesters, musicians, and storytellers are sprinkled throughout, entertaining guests who mingle. Booths dot the castle bridge, selling their wares to those coming and going. There are more festivities in town, but we make our way to the ballroom, which is completely transformed from last time. The walls and tables are black, reminding me of the cathedral. Silver webs run across the ceiling, and mist drifts across the floor as haunting music flows from a piano. Small black spiders scurry from web to web, and I know once this is over, someone will blow a special whistle and collect them all. Animals have been engineered for such events. Jax asks me to dance, and I place my hand in his nervously.
"This isn't a test," he says. "Just a dance."
"Everything is a test here," I argue, as he spins me around. When the music slows, so do we, and I enjoy the moment, his arms wrapped around me, our bodies close. Life is simple for just a moment. "I feel like we're back in Skye," I say. "Back when Mirden used to teach us. When things made sense." He pulls away as the song ends, his face hardening.
"Those days are lost."
His words tug at my heart as he excuses himself to get us drinks. I'm left alone on the dance floor, when someone comes up behind me and asks to dance. I turn to see a man in black, face covered with a mask. But I know his voice, his movement. "Zoran," I whisper, taking his hand, and he pulls me into a dance. "What are you doing here?"
"This is a night to be whomever we choose. No one knows me here, and I needed to see you."
My heart skips a little at that, but I shove that emotion away. Dancing with him is different than dancing with Jax. Zoran glides around the dance floor like one who has been moving to music for ages. I suppose he has, now that I think of it. How many dances, how many songs, how many cultures has he participated in over the course of his long life, I wonder. "Is everything okay?" I ask.
"Your final trial is coming up," he says. "You must do whatever it takes to win. Brooke might be your friend, but she too will do what is necessary to win. At the trial, they are all your enemies."
I look up at him, his eyes so blue through his black mask. "So you didn't come just to dance and enjoy a night off?" He laughs.
"We have no nights off."
I stop dancing, pulling away. "I know all this. I'm ready. I will do what I must." I walk away, but he grabs my hand.
"Scarlet."
I pause, turning back to him. "What? More dire warnings?" His hand squeezes mine.
"I could have called to say what I have said."
"Then why didn't you?"
"Because I wouldn't have gotten a dance."
I freeze, startled by his admission. Before I can respond, he releases my hand and disappears through the crowd. I search for him, but he is gone, and a moment later, I walk off the dance floor, abandoned by both of my dance partners, and find Brooke, who is alone on the balcony with a glass in one hand and a bottle of liquor in the other. She sways a bit as I approach, her eyes glassy. When she speaks, it is with a slight slur. "Scarlet, come, drink with me. We must have alcohol." She hands me her full glass and drinks straight from the bottle. "Ella would have loved this," she says with a gesture of her hand. "The costumes, the dancing, the festivities." I lean against the railing and sip the drink. It's strong. Yes, she would have. "Do you remember the Festival of Fortuna? Just before—" I nod. "Yes. That was the best day of her life. She told me. The best day." There are tears in her eyes now, and one escapes, gliding down her cheek. "I wish she was here, but it is foolish to dream. I only wish I could make things right for her." "Brooke, Maybe it's the alcohol, or her pain, but I come so close to telling her the truth, to telling her I am Nightfall, and that I am looking for Apex, that I will bring justice to their tormentor." She looks at me, waiting. "I know it's hard. I'm so sorry. I can't reveal this part of myself, even to her. The risks are too great, to both of us." She nods. "But let us not drown ourselves in sorrow. Let us dance and play." We re-enter the ballroom, and she finds a young man to join her on the floor. I watch them laughing, swirling and moving with the music, and then I leave and walk through the castle courtyard, pushing through the throngs of people until I find an area less populated. I need space, air, quiet. I stand staring at the night sky, the moon full and bright, the stars standing sharply against the darkness. I don't hear the viper until the knife enters my back. I fall to the ground, pain piercing my mind. The viper stands over me. Streaming cloth swirls around in the wind. And then all goes black. Chapter 28. Trial of Grace. The pain in my lower back is dull, throbbing. I groan and open my eyes, shifting in my bed. No, not my bed. I look around. I'm in the infirmary, and Jax is sitting next to me holding my hand. He smiles when our eyes meet, but he looks haggard, the skin around his eyes lined with dark circles.
"What happened?" I croak. "I found you stabbed outside the castle. I was so scared, Star."
He leans in, tears in his eyes.
"I thought you were dead. You were barely breathing."
"Thirsty," I say. He hands me water, but I shake my head. "No, life force." He nods and grabs one from a vending machine in the hallway. I drink it down. "I'm okay," I tell him. "Already healing from my gen mods." and Nephilim blood.
"The wound wasn't fatal," he says. "It looked bad, but the hospitaller said it wouldn't have killed you. Someone meant to take you out of the running."
Of course. The rage building in me burns away the last of the pain, and I toss aside the sheet covering me and stand, grabbing for my clothes. I know who did this, and they will pay. I'm seeing red when I storm into Ragathon's office in the West End Tower. He sits at his desk, staring at a computer screen. The walls around him are covered with law books and paintings of Inquisition officers meting out justice. "You had me stabbed," I say without preamble. He frowns, his dark eyes matching mine.
"That is a serious accusation, girl. Where is your proof?"
"You've tried to have me taken out of the running before. You wanted to investigate me during the trial of wit so you could disqualify me. Someone poisoned me during the trial of strength, and I'm sure you commanded them. When all your attempts failed, you had me stabbed." "By the Viper. Probably an agent of his." I know this isn't proof I can use in a trial, but Pats care little about proof. They care about honor, and mine has been damaged. I can challenge Ragathon to a duel right now. An initiate prospect against a grandmaster. His much higher position means he should refuse, but his dislike for me may just push him to accept. Many will think I have no chance, but they don't know I'm Nephilim, and that will give me an edge. He must see my fury, maybe even think I'm dangerous, because he relaxes into his chair and attempts a soft smile. It looks awkward on his face, like a hyena trying to look cute.
"Scarlet, why would I even want you out of the running? You're a patrician, and you have skills. Like others, you deserve your chance to become an initiate."
"You didn't like me from the start," I say. "I don't know why. Maybe you didn't like my parents. Maybe you don't like Jax." I think back to when I first met him in our meetings since. "And you know I don't approve of your methods. I would have Zeniths treated fairly. If I became a knight, I would oppose you." He raises an eyebrow, bewilderment on his face.
"You think I fear you?"
He chuckles.
"You think I fear you?"
It's not a question this time.
"Girl, I have far greater concerns than you and your beliefs. Now, if you don't mind, I have work to do."
He looks back to his computer, dismissing me with a gesture. I don't leave. "How could you be so harsh? You're an inquisitor. It's your job to protect the innocent. If you're not the one trying to hurt me, then prove it to me. Find the criminal." Ragathon faces me once more, serious. For the first time in our conversation, he stands, looming over me.
"You want me to find your assailant? I know you grew up as a plebe girl, but you're a patrician now. You have power. Take this issue to your grandfather, or the Inquisition Domus, or your friend Jax, or the Princess of York, or even the Teutonic Guards. Do not bring it to me, girl."
He leans forward, sneering.
"I serve those who have no power. The people who live on rations and seek medical treatment from drug dealers on the streets. The people killed by corrupt officers and out-of-control zeniths. The decisions I make change their very lives. You think I have time for one pat when there's a world of plebes who need my help? Foolish girl."
He sits back down, shaking his head. I pause, processing his words, my anger dying down. "If you care about the people, why plan a trap in the middle of Times Square? Why sacrifice so many innocents?"
"The rebels."
He sighs, looking tired. And for the first time, I don't see a cruel man, but a man who has dedicated his life to his work and paid the price.
"I underestimated them. It's as if they had a new leader, or someone helping them. They outmaneuvered me at every turn. Had my plan worked, the casualties would have been minor. But I failed. And the many deaths, they are my fault.
His words are heavy with sorrow. I almost want to reach out and comfort him, but I remember he is Ragathon, and I stand my ground. Why have such a dangerous plan? I ask.
I would sacrifice a few to save many,
he says softly. He looks up, his eyes swollen.
One day, I was walking my young daughter to school, and as we reached the playground, the building exploded before us. A few more seconds and she would have been killed. Zeniths, inspired by the shadows, had planted the bomb. They wished to kill the next generation of patricians. They killed hundreds, all children. Fighting inspires more fighting. The shadows must be stopped. That day, I planned to end them once and for all. For my daughter. For the children who will never grow old.
But the shadows remain. Because of me. How will I be better? How will I stop others from killing in my name? You hate Zeniths, I say calmly, finally understanding his motivations. He sips from a cup on his table.
They present a problem, and I am tasked with finding the solution.
And he would use whatever means necessary. I see that now. He would kill innocents. He would execute Zeniths to inspire. He would... I step back as things click into place. He would kidnap Zenith children. He would hurt them. To avenge the patrician children who died. And his goals would be furthered. There would be fewer Zeniths on the streets. They would be seen as less than human. And one day, maybe, like the Nephilim, they will be exterminated. Your apex, I whisper. That's why I had such a visceral reaction to him when we first met. Because I'd met him before as a child. But what part does the Viper play? I'm sure the Viper is a woman. He must have someone working for him. Someone close. The Seeker. His right hand. Your apex, I say again. Louder, as the puzzle I've worked on since childhood falls into place before me. We are silent for a moment. Anger builds within me. Ragathon laughs, his voice carrying through the small office. You know nothing, Miss Knight. Evie beeps on my e-glass. Scarlet, the trial of grace is beginning. I want to stay. I want to fight. For Brooke. For Ella. Instead, I turn and leave. The trial is now, and Ragathon can be dealt with later. I know where to find him. And when I do, one of us will die. Agatha dresses me in a beautiful gown of feathers and silk, silver and pale blue to match my eyes. She mutters something, likely about how unprepared I am, but I'm not listening. My mind is occupied. Ragathon is Apex, and Kira is the Viper. They tried to kill me, or at the very least destroy my chances of succeeding here. And now I have to spend an evening in polite company, pretending this place isn't rotting from within. My stomach turns with disgust. As Agatha finishes straightening my hair, Jax enters the room. He is dressed in white to match me, and light blue makeup spirals in designs around his eyes. His belt and buttons sparkle with gold. He looks more patrician than ever before. More beautiful than ever before. He holds up his arm, grinning. May I have the honor of escorting you to the ball, my lady? I take his arm, my hands covered in white gloves that almost reach my shoulders. "That would be splendid, Pure Man." He escorts me to a line of people before the ballroom door, where everyone waits to be announced.
"Don't worry,"
he says. I'm not worried.
"You're squeezing my arm like you want to tear it off. I think you're... Wait, never mind. You're right. You're not worried. You're just doing hand exercises."
I grin. "You've been through this before, when you were in the initiate trials. Were you nervous?" He wipes his forehead.
"I was terrified. But I'm not Scarlet the Clever. I wasn't drawing battle plans when I was 10.
I sigh, shaking my head. But I feel better than before. He's right. I've wanted this my entire life. And I'm prepared. We're next in line, and as we enter through the great red doors, we are announced.
"Lady Scarlet of the House of Night, Initiate Prospect, daughter of Lord Marquess of the House of Night, and Lady Violet of the House of Forrester, granddaughter to the esteemed Templar Grandmaster, Chancellor Forrester. Sir Jackston of the House of Lux, Knight of the Teutonic Order, Knight of the Fourth."
I whisper to Jax, "Why do they mention my parents but not yours?"
"Mine aren't important enough," he says, not looking at me as we descend the red steps into the ballroom.
I expected this to be like the first party. It is not. Everything is grander. The floor is glass, and beneath our feet swim giant fish modified to change colors, their scales shimmering from gold to purple to red. Below them giant crystals glow a pale blue in the water. In places, the glass floor parts, and there swans swim amongst flowers of white and gold. A large rock juts from the pool of water, and on it, a woman dressed in silver and a man dressed in black dance, spinning and twirling through the air. At times it seems as if they will fall off, but always one of them catches the other in a passionate embrace. The ceiling is opened, revealing a sky of stars. Men and women dressed in very little strut around the hall, carrying platters of fairy drinks and red cakes. The patricians, who mingle and dance, are dressed in the finest Eden fashionables I have ever seen. Green vines twist and dance around a woman as she dances with her partner. Gold eagles adorn his collar, swaying to the slow orchestral music. I vaguely recognize some of the people around me. Important people. I notice Tavora, the knight of the second who received the laurel from the archbishop, talking to Brooke and others in the corner. They are both of York. They are family. Brooke wears a black dress decorated with silver stars, and Tavora a black uniform accented with white and gold. Falcon dances with someone I have never met, his red cape billowing behind him. Kira, the Seeker, the Viper, whispers my mind, sits at a table with others, dressed in a crimson gown and dipping strawberries into a chocolate fountain. She will pay for her part in this.
"Shall we dance?"
asks Jax. I nod, knowing this is part of the trial, and we begin. My heart beats twice the beat of the music, but I keep my pace, executing all the moves perfectly, following his lead as he spins me around. At times, I glance at Brooke and Falcon, both dancing, and both looking far calmer than I feel. Their steps are not merely correct. They are one with the music. They are grace one moment, fire the next. They are the honorable ruler and the fierce warrior. They are everything a knight should be. And I am not. I have not lived as a patrician for years like Brooke. I didn't have servants training me since I was a child like Falcon. I have potential, but I am not ready. I was a fool to think I was. I think back to Falcon's offer to sabotage Brooke, to Zoran's warning that I must win at all costs. But I will not win by cheating. I will not win by playing these games with the same corruption I came here to stop. So I will do what I can. And maybe, just maybe, it will be enough. The song ends, and our dance stops. People clap. Jax moves me around the room to make small talk with patricians of different noble houses. I bow at the appropriate times, and in the appropriate ways, showing the right amount of deference to each pure man as needed. I smile and sip at champagne and utter the words I know they want to hear from me. It's all exhausting. The splendor is lost in a sea of faces, everyone trying to outdo each other in opulence. The evening feels like it will never end, but time does pass, albeit slowly. I see my grandfather across the room. He is in a place of honor, at the head of a table, watching and talking to someone at his right. He nods ahead at me, his eyes encouraging. He will support me, at least. Jax and I begin dancing again, and it is when I finally begin to slightly enjoy the night that Ragathon approaches. I want to groan, but I hold my smile and bow. He has a smug expression on his face as his eyes take in my appearance. I see even plebes can get into these events now. His insult is a blow struck to my honor, before all to see, but I will not let him win. He's trying to goad me. Instead, I smile at him. A pleasure to see you, as always, Grandmaster. I turn away, swallowing the words I really want to say, and he places a hand on my shoulder. Dance with me, Miss Knight. Thank you, but I'm about to say no, but Jax nudges me and whispers, He's a Grandmaster. You must accept. I know this, had learned it from Agatha, but in my fury I had forgotten. I turn around, my smile glued onto my face with so much force it hurts. Of course. I take his vile hand, grateful for my gloves, and walk with him to the dance floor. We begin dancing to a slow song, and I keep smiling despite the rage burning within me. Not terrible, says Ragathon. Slightly plebeian in your timing, focusing only on the downbeat, but not terrible. Thank you, Grandmaster, I say, pretending his slight is a compliment. He frowns, speeding up the dance. Your dress is beautiful. Thank you, but you look like no warrior. No one wants a flimsy fairy in the castle. I grit my teeth. Of course not, Grandmaster. A moment passes, and the song turns louder. Ragathon leans in, whispering in my ear. You will tell no one your theory. It will do you no good. The world will know you are Apex, I whisper back, and you will pay for your crimes. Careful, girl. Apex is not to be trifled with. Even talk of the man may end in your death. So finally, he threatens me. Don't worry, I say. I've known Apex for a long time. His eyes widen, bewildered. The song ends, our dance over, and I turn away, grinning. You're just like your mother, says Ragathon loudly. Rash, impatient. I knew she would die young, and you will face the same fate. At the mention of my mother, I break. The anger within me explodes. Memories flash through my mind. Brooke tied to a chair and bleeding. Ella falling asleep from drugs, her face so full of innocence. Apex, standing over them. The angel. My parents, dead beside me. I turn to Ragathon. I don't see an inquisitor. I see a killer. And I punch him in the jaw. He flies backwards, landing on his back. Everyone freezes. The music goes silent. My grandfather stands, but says nothing. How dare you! I yell at Ragathon, crumpled before me. How dare you insult me! I look around the ballroom, at Brooke and Falcon, at the other Grandmasters. This is no pure man, I say loudly. He is Apex, the one who steals zeniths. The one who sells them! Silence. I don't know what I expected. Outrage, maybe. Shock. But all I see is confusion. Then, apathy. They do not care. Not about this. Not about children bleeding and dying. Not about Ella. They only care about their drink and food and parties and expensive lives. The music starts again. Someone grabs my arms. Guards. 2 of them. Ragathon yells something, but I do not hear. I am numb. I'm dragged out of the ballroom screaming, through halls of white and then halls of black. I am thrown to the ground, my face slamming against stone. A steel door closes behind me. I am alone, in a cell. And I realize why no one looked shocked. They already know, and they just don't care. Chapter 29. Final Trial. The council stands behind their stone pillars, shrouded in shadows and draped in the robes of their orders. My grandfather is in the center, his face unreadable. I am not covered in blood as I was the first time I stood here, but I still feel as naked, as powerless. And this time, there is more at stake. I do not know what my punishment will be. I can accept flogging. I can accept public ridicule. But what if I'm imprisoned? What will become of the Dark Templars then? Will I try to escape? Will I make myself a fugitive as both Nightfall and Scarlet? The questions are hard, and I do not have the answers.
"You have assaulted a Grand Master,"
says the Chancellor, his voice devoid of emotion.
"You were witnessed by many at the ballroom, including this council. Do you deny this?"
No, I say. My head dropped.
How does this council rule?
They each vote yea, even my grandfather. I am guilty. My shoulders slump. I shiver despite the heat pulsing through me.
And yet, before we pass a verdict, we must call our witness,
my grandfather says in a calm voice. No one acts surprised, except me. What witness? I've already admitted the crime. From the shadows, a familiar face steps forward. Falcon.
Master Falcon, will you give us an account of Miss Knight's actions tonight?
My grandfather asks. Falcon nods, not looking at me, but focused on the council.
Of course, esteemed Chancellor. Miss Knight demonstrated chivalry and honor on all accounts. Tell us, Master Falcon, your review of Miss Knight during the trials.
Certainly, Chancellor. First, during the trial of strength, when she could have eliminated the Princess Brooke of York, Scarlet saved me instead. Later, when I offered her a way to influence the competition, she refused.
The council members, even Ragathon, nod in approval.
In the trial of wit,
continues Falcon,
Miss Knight was courteous to her fellow initiate prospects and counseled teamwork. She knew the answer to the question almost immediately, but kept the information hidden, choosing to first study her opponents. A clever strategy, indeed.
Grandmaster Marion smiles, and the Chancellor chuckles. I don't understand what's happening. What does this have to do with my assault on Ragathon?
And in the trial of grace, when Scarlet's honor was insulted by Grandmaster Ragathon, she stood up for herself. She did not hold her tongue like a lesser patrician.
And what of her outburst at the end of the ball?
Asks the Chancellor.
She spoke what she believed to be true for all to hear. The physical altercation was unadvised, but it showed passion and courage. No more could be asked of an initiate prospect.
My grandfather nods sagely.
What, then, is your recommendation? I believe she should proceed to the final trial, and, if she succeeds, that she be chosen as the Four Orders' newest initiate.
His recommendation? The final trial? My mind spins with theories, trying to make sense of this. I study Falcon, who stands tall and formidable. He looks older, wiser. The council listens to his opinion. And then I realize he was never an initiate prospect. He was something else, a plant, someone to test the other two initiate prospects.
What say you, council members?
Asks my grandfather.
Do you agree with Master Falcon's recommendations? Shall we forgive her outburst and allow her to proceed to the final trial?
The second Templar, who wears a white and red robe, squints at me with small, beady eyes. "Yea," he says.
"She is too rash,"
says Ragathon, shaking his head at his fellow councillors.
"Too easily angered. Nay."
Grandmaster Gabriella, the youngest of them, pauses. "Nay, I would rather see Brooke advance. She has shown more temperance." 1 for me, 2 against. Marion, whose face I can rarely read, beams. "Yea." I beam back. The votes are tied, and only the Chancellor is left.
"Yea,"
he says, grinning. I'm still in the running, and I will not be punished, but there is yet another trial of unknown skills, one I have not prepared for. The councillors leave the room, as do the guards. I hear footsteps behind me and turn to face Falcon. He gestures to a small table in the corner, lit by a lamp. The rest of the room is now covered in shadow, and I sit facing him. I have so many questions, but I'm too stunned to ask any of them. Besides, asking questions might ruin everything. I don't know what we're doing. I have no idea of the rules. He smiles at me.
"You may speak. We are alone."
I release my breath. Is any of it true? What you told me about your family? Your life?
Yes, all but the part about needing to win. My family did always have high expectations for me. My parents had planned my career before I was born. Shortly after my 7th birthday, they died in the wars. The Ankh reminds me of them, and I have worked hard to honor their memory. It is why I became an Inquisitor, a Knight of the 6th. And it is why, later, I became the final judge of initiates.
What is the 4th trial? I'd never heard of it in the news. Never heard that one of the initiates was always a plant. He holds out a hand.
It is this. It is you and I speaking truthfully.
Okay.
I will ask you a series of questions, and, if I deem your answers satisfactory, you will be chosen.
And if you don't?
I think you know the answer to that one,
he says. I take a deep breath and close my eyes, then open them. Okay, ask.
Why do you wish to be a knight?
Because I wish to honor my family, I say quickly.
No!
He slams his palm against the table.
Do not lie, Scarlet, for I will know. That is your last warning. Now, why do you wish to be a knight?
My heart is beating so hard I can barely hear myself think. What if he asks about what I do outside of the castle? About Nightfall? If he suspects, I won't be imprisoned. I'll be executed. I swallow hard and think through my answer. The truth is risky. The truth casts the orders in a shadowy light. But a falsehood will ruin me. So I tell him the truth. Because the orders are corrupt, I say firmly, holding his gaze with my own, and I wish to change them from within. He studies me for a long moment. Sweat beads on my temple and under my arms. Finally, he nods, smiling.
Very good. Now, why should I pick you over Princess Brooke?
My breathing is shallow, as if oxygen is having a hard time finding its way down my esophagus and into my lungs. Why should they pick me over Brooke? She's a level 5 graver, a princess, and my friend. I dig deep and tell him what's in my heart. Brooke would be a great knight. She would rule with honor and accrue power for her family. She would rise to a knight of the first. She would be a great knight. But she would not be me. I breathe deeply and exhale. She will not be what the orders need.
And what is that, Scarlet?
Change. His face is stone, but his eyes, they flicker. My words have reached him. You have many knights who know how to gain power and honor, how to manipulate the system for their benefit and that of the order. You do not need more. You need someone who can question the way things are, someone who can tear the orders down, if need be, and rebuild them anew. My words could be considered treasonous in the wrong ears. I can only hope that he understands. I wait in his silence, shielding my thoughts from my own self-doubt.
I have one final question.
He leans forward, eyes intent on mine.
Remember, we are alone here. No one is listening. But I will know if you lie. Tell me, Scarlet, what do you do when you leave Castle Viani?
It's as if all the blood drains to my feet. I can't breathe, can't think, can't move, can't answer. To answer him honestly would be to sign my death warrant. To lie would be to lose it all in this last final moment. I could touch him, control his mind, make this end the way I need it to. I reach out my hand, but he pulls away.
I know, he whispers. I know what you are, Scarlet. I know that right now you can kill me. But first, consider that I have told no one of your secret. Consider why.
He pauses to look at me.
It is because I wish to believe in you, Scarlet. And now I ask, not as your superior, not as your judge, but as your friend. What do you do when you leave Castle Viani?
My head is spinning. He knows? What does that mean? That he knows about Nightfall? About the cathedral? About the Dark Templars? He knows. And he wishes to believe in me. I force my mind to calm. I think back to all my dreams. All my reasons for coming here. For leading the Dark Templars. Everything I do for one reason. And so I give him the deepest truth in me to give. I fight to end the suffering. He sighs, then nods. There's a small smile on his lips as he stands and claps. A giant door opens, revealing light from the hall as the counselors re-enter. They take their places above us, and my grandfather asks,
Your verdict?
Falcon turns to them.
Scarlet Knight is the new initiate of Castle Viani.
Chapter 30. Important Things. Falcon escorts me out of the council chambers, and I'm still a bit befuddled. I'm an initiate? Just like that? I was hoping to avoid a whipping for attacking Ragathon. I'd seriously lost all hope of actually making it into the training. Now, there is just one thing left to do. I must stop Apex. As we leave the room, My grandfather grabs my hand and whispers to me,
"We must talk."
"Can I meet you later? I have something I need to do first."
"No, it must be now. It's about Apex."
I follow him to his office, and he locks us in and ushers me to the chairs in front of his fireplace. We sit, but he does not offer tea this time. Instead, he leans forward urgently.
"What do you know?"
I'm wary for a moment, but I speak what I believe are words that cannot implicate me in wrongdoing of any kind. The patricians will not fight Apex. Many of them work with him. He's a tool for removing pesky zeniths from their precious population, especially those who are lowest common denominator, the unwanted of society. He nods.
"I cannot help you with your hunt for him. It's true. None of us here can help in any official capacity. By the orders, Grandmasters do not interfere."
"So, you brought me in here to tell me nothing?"
"I brought you here to tell you to be careful. Everyone will be against you in this. Everyone."
I sigh and stand. I already knew that. I turn to leave, but he stops me with his voice.
"Scarlet, I believe you forgot your bag."
No, I didn't. I turn to look at him, confused.
"Are you quite sure? It is not mine, and no one else has been in my office."
There's a pale blue tote bag lying next to his chair. I pick it up. He smiles.
"It matches your eyes."
It's a dismissive statement he tosses out as he reaches for his cat to pet her and stare into the ever-blazing fire. I leave his room, examining the contents of the bag as I do. There are diagrams of something. I look more closely. It's a ship. And there are coordinates. This is where I will find Apex. And finally avenge Ella. I'm still staring at the diagrams when Brooke sneaks up on me. I shove them back into the bag as she holds out her hand. I shake it and she smiles, pulling me into a hug. I heard the news. Congratulations. No one deserved it more. We pull away and there are tears in my eyes. You're not mad? She shakes her head. Not in the least. There are many paths open to me, and I can always try again next year. I hold her hands between mine, so relieved. I didn't realize how worried I was at her reaction until this moment when the worry was removed from my shoulders. Sisters to the end. She nods. Sisters to the end. When she leaves, I turn to find Jax. It's time to make Apex pay for what he did to our family. I find him deep in a forge, welding a sword over a fire. When he sees me, he sets the metal down and takes off his protective gear. We step outside into the cool air, the sweat drying on my skin. I hand him a copy of the paperwork my grandfather gave me. I found Apex, I say, without preamble. He freezes.
Ragathon?
No, I found the coordinates of their ship, where they keep the zeniths. He looks at the paperwork.
Scarlet, this is not something we can stop. Not right now.
I will pursue this, and I need you.
It's too dangerous,
he says, trying to hand the paperwork back to me. I don't accept the files. Instead, I cross my arms over my chest so I don't shake the boy in front of me. I thought we joined the orders to fight for justice. Or is this all just a game to see how high you can rise in the ranks?
You know that's not who I am or why I'm here.
Then prove it, Jax. Do something worthy with the power you've acquired and been given.
Scarlet, I can't... If I act without orders, I'll compromise my position here. And please, please don't do anything alone. Apex is dangerous.
He stares into my eyes.
I can't lose you.
I shake my head and pull away. I was never yours to lose, Jax. I turn to walk away, but stop for a moment, speaking into the wind. The only ones we can lose are ourselves. We can lose the dream we once had, but we can still remember. Remember, Jackson Lux. Remember who you are.
How reliable is this information?
TR asks, a frown lining his face. I trust it. The papers are strewn about on the war table, and TR has been picking them apart for the better part of an hour. Trix has remained mostly quiet, and I think Zoran is taking some perverse pleasure in watching me butt heads with TR.
I don't know about this, Nightfall. It could be a trap. You could be walking our people to their deaths.
I slam my fist on the table in frustration, then look to Zoran and Trix. Could you two give us a moment? Zoran pauses, as if to say something, but shakes his head and walks out, Trix trailing behind him. She gives me a sympathetic look before closing the door behind her. She may like TR, but she's not blind to his faults. Why do you mistrust everyone? I ask him once we're alone. He shrugs.
They have to prove themselves.
I feel like I'm Falcon and this is the 4th trial. I have no time for lies. Why don't you trust me? The smirk finally leaves his face as he stares at the plans and begins to talk.
There was a soldier, someone I recruited and trained. He betrayed our unit, gave us false information. Most of the shadows were captured, and later, they were used as bait to get to Trix.
He looks up at me.
Even those closest to us can betray us.
I sink back into my chair with a sigh. I get it, okay? I do. But I don't need you to trust a person, just an idea. The idea that we will vanquish the orders.
I'm still not sure of this plan,
he says. I think you could trust this plan. It's the person behind it you don't trust. So that's okay. Don't trust me, but look at the data. Pretend I'm not here now. What would you do, TR? What would you do with this information? He looks over the plans again, studying the schematics. Then he slumps in his chair.
I would act,
he says dejectedly.
I would attack Apex.
And if you're wrong? I slip the paper toward him. If this is a trap?
I would still have to try. I would have to try everything to help them.
I jump into the Night Raven and fly toward the coordinates, connected via e-glass to Zoran, TR, and Trix. They lead my troops to a safe house near the docks, from where they will follow me in boats the Dark Templars acquired. Our numbers have grown over the weeks, and I have near 100 men and women under my control. Soon we will reach the coordinates listed on the paperwork my grandfather gave me. Soon we will have Apex by the throat. My palms are sweating. I've never felt so nervous. Zoran, tell me a story.
A story?
He asks. Yes, a story. You always talk in stories. He chuckles.
Do I? I suppose it's because that is how my mentor taught me.
So tell me one now, to calm me.
You do not need calm. Right now, you need rage. So tell me a story,
he says.
Tell me what the Apex did to set you on this course.
And so I tell him the story of my youth. When I'm done, I hear him sigh heavily through the e-glass.
This is where you are meant to be,
he says.
Scarlet, I need to tell you something, but promise me you will think before you act.
Zoran, I say, my voice full of impatient warnings.
Promise me.
I promise.
There has been a sighting of the angel.
I hear Trix gasp, but I am silent. Still, I clutch my father's ring in my hand, the token of strife, until blood drips from it. N, Trix says. We're ready. I squeeze harder, tears pooling in my eyes as I think of that night, of them laying there, lifeless, limp, En? Trix asks. What should we do?
I take a deep breath and make my choice. And I let the ring fall, the chain tugging around my neck.
We move forward.
I know this is the right choice, because it hurts the most.
There are more important things now.
Zorin sighs again, and, as I fly through a cloud, he begins humming a happy tune.
Zorin? I ask, as I steer the Night Raven.
Yes?
There is no sighting of the angel, is there?
He keeps humming.
Does it matter? I thought there were more important things now.
Chapter 31. Apex. The ship floats on the horizon, a massive thing of gray steel, groaning against the wind. It tears through the fog and sea, barely swaying in growing storm. I unlock my cockpit and stand. Below me are the smaller ships of Dark Templars, ready to give their life against the behemoth before us. I speak through my e-glass to all of them. When I first led you, I promised no one would die. Now, I make no such promise, for we face Apex and his monsters, and we will fight until our enemy has fallen. We are more than soldiers. We are symbols of what is just. And tonight, we prove so to the world. Go forth, Dark Templars. Go forth, and make our enemies once again fear the night. My warriors roar. And so it begins. I unleash my wings and dash toward the ship, crashing into a guard patrolling the deck. I grab his throat and enter his mind. Deactivate the security systems. Hack the cameras. He stands, nodding, and disappears below deck. I sneak around a giant ship container, likely used for transporting zeniths, and grab another guard from behind. I tell him to find his quarters and sleep, and he does. I tap my e-glass. Evie, do you have access to the cameras yet? Accessing them now. Images flash across my e-glass. Empty hallways, a cell of prisoners, a crowd of cheering people. We don't have all feeds, says Evie. It appears the guard did not have access to high-security areas. This will do, I say, scanning the different entrances below deck. Loop the camera feeds. Keep me off the radar. Will do. Shuffling through the cameras, I stop at a feed of a small room. Inside, a man beats a half-naked woman with a stick. He laughs as he covers her back in crimson. These are the kind of people who come here, and these are the sick pleasures they pay for. I should have killed Ragathon when I had the chance, but tonight I will do better. Tonight, Apex will fall, and his prisoners will be free. Trix contacts me. We're in position, En. Good. Begin. Below me, where waves crash against hard steel, Trix and TR have secured their boats to the ship. Trix will burn a hole through the surface, and my Dark Templars will enter the bowels of the iron monster. They will find the zeniths, and they will evacuate them. I will find Apex, and kill him. Hey, you! A guard shouts from above me, her gun raised. Before she can pull the trigger, a shadow tears through the rain, slicing across the woman. Zorin. He lands on the deck, and the woman collapses at his feet, her throat slashed open. We nod to each other, and as rain begins to fall, I descend below. 2 guards clad in black armor watch the door. I dash forward, my wings spiraling behind me, and grab them both. I'm a patrician and a client. I'm supposed to be here. They nod and urge me through. I enter the ship, and the harsh sounds of wind and sea are replaced by thundering electronic music. The steel beneath my feet becomes lush auburn carpet, and sweet exotic fragrances fill the air. The people here look like me,
covered in thick cloaks and vivid masks. They are pets, chatting and laughing around tables and bars, hiding their true selves as they partake in the darkest and most twisted of pleasures. I am in a great hall, where dancers sway on platforms above, and women lead young, attractive men behind dark curtains. At the center, a crowd cheers and curses and howls. I know what they admire before I even look. A glass cylinder, a man and woman clawing at each other within. The man flings stones at his opponent, while the woman incinerates them as they approach her. Blood streaks the sand at their feet. I stare at them, letting rage fill me. These are people, not meat, and they shall not be used. I turn from the crowd and find the stairs leading deeper into the ship. With a touch, the guard lets me through. Here, the hallway is empty and most of the doors are closed. I pass one that is slightly ajar and notice a girl on the bed, her eyes half open, an IV running into her arm. A man walks around her, noticing me. He winks and closes the door. I descend deeper, and I reach a grand door carved from ancient wood. There are no guards here, and why should there be? The people here praise Apex. He is the source of their luxury. I enter, and step into a room covered in shadow. A giant aquarium glows a midnight blue in the corner. A dark shape slithers through the water, like a kraken from legends of old. A cage lies in darkness to my side. Something rattles within. Lightning strikes, and for a moment the room glows. At the head, near a wooden table, stands a figure with his back to me. His cloak is torn to ribbons, like vipers in the night. I step forward. "It's over, Ragathon!" Apex laughs. It is the light laugh of a woman. "He's not Apex," she says. "I am." I know her voice, and in a split second she is behind me. I turn. "How?" Brooke smiles and stabs me in the side. Chapter 32. Two Souls. I collapse to my knees, clutching my side as pain fires through me. This cannot be real. My friend, my sister, cannot be Apex. But when I look up, I do not see the Brooke of old. I see a smile of cruelty and madness. I hear a laugh that delights in pain. Brooke grabs my e-glass and tosses it across the room. She raises her dagger. "The venom will dull your taint, so do not think of escape. And listen, Scarlet." My eyes widen. "You know?" "I've known for a while. One of my agents tracked you upon your return to New York. It is how I knew Jerry needed elimination." You're... I can't bear to say it." She grins. "I am Apex." "How?" My words are little more than a whimper. "When I escaped from the pit, I did not leave this ship. I found Apex and threw him into the sands with me. We fought for all to see, and when they saw how I snapped his bones and peeled his nails away, how I tore his eyes and cut his tongue, they knew they had one choice remaining. Follow me, or die." "Ella. What happened to Ella?" And then I hear it once more, the rattling in the cage. I crawl toward the darkness, tears streaming down my face. And there, in the shadows, I see a pale girl in chains, her cheeks sunken in, her body little more than bones. She looks up, and when our eyes meet, there is no reaction. She is hollow. There is nothing left. "How could you?" I roar. spinning on Apex. "She is your sister!" For the first time, Brooke's smile fades, and her lips curl with rage. "I was tired," she spits. "Tired of always being second. When our father would get angry, it was me he would hit. Even if she was the one to offend him, it was always me who paid. Never Ella. Ella was too beautiful, he said. He would not ruin a beautiful thing, he said. When we came here, we had a new home, a new father. But he too valued Ella over me. He threw me in the pits, betting on my life every day while Ella gave massages and promises of love. She was never hit, never scolded. She was too beautiful, Apex said. And he would not ruin a beautiful thing." Her smile returns. "But I am Apex now, and I care not for beauty." "No," I say. "You are Brooke from the kingdom of Sky, a plebe zen who builds castles in the sand. And you are my friend. Please let Ella go." She chuckles, turning away. "So that is why you're here. For Ella, and not for me." I crawl toward my e-glass, but pain bites at my side, and I barely move. "I'm here for both of you." Brooke walks over to the aquarium, her soft face reflecting off the pale blue glass. "Then prove it." She begins pacing, and I stop my crawl. "You fared well in the trials, and you will be a knight before me. But I am of the House of York, and as Apex, I hold the support of many. We can change this world, Scarlet." Brooke turns to me. "You a knight and Nightfall, me a princess and Apex. Together, the orders will crumble before us, and one day we will be queens. We will be emperors." My head spins, growing fuzzier. Her madness makes a kind of sense. Together we could accomplish anything, but in our wake the world would burn. Brooke does not care. The world has been harsh to her, and she will be harsh in return. I close my eyes, weeping for the friend I once had. I see the path that brought her here, the path that twisted a young girl into an insane woman, and I shudder. Too easily could I have taken the same steps. Too easily can I take them still. I look up at Brooke, forcing a smile through the pain. "When I came here, I thought Ragathon was Apex. He is no ally to me, but you, Brooke, you are my sister. And I need you to believe me. I need you to believe me so I can end this." Brooke nods, and a tear runs down her cheek. "We are sisters, aren't we?" "Yes." We match eyes, and I'm reminded of the girl I helped in the sand. Then she chuckles. "I never liked sisters." Two shackles fly from the shadows and clasp around my arms. They drag me through the room, out the door, through the hall. Everything spins as the poison clutches me further. Brooke walks at my side. I try to pull free, but she is too strong a grabber. "You know, the thing about emperors," she says, "there can only be one." The shackles release, and I fall. I hit hard, but the ground below is soft. Sand. Blood. I crawl to my knees. I am within a glass cylinder, and someone is at the other side. Zorin. Apex stands on a pedestal above us, her face now covered in a black mask. "Tonight, we have a special treat. 2 Nephilim fight to the death. Nightfall and her apprentice." The crowd cheers. Zorin chuckles. He unleashes his dark wings and dashes at the glass, sword in hand. He hits the cylinder, and with a cry he falls, twitching in the sand.
"It's electrified,"
he murmurs. The poison is wearing off, and I manage to stand. "I will not fight." "You will," says Brooke, and once again Zorin cries out. Somehow, she can choose to electrocute different parts of the arena. Apex continues. "The winner may give the loser a quick death. But if you do not fight, then both of you will die slowly. You will both be electrocuted until your insides are cooked, until you feel death from within." Zorin stands, his hands still trembling.
"What happens to the winner?"
"The winner lives to fight another day." Zorin floats forward and lands before me. His eyes meet mine.
"Kill me,"
he says. "No."
"You need to be the one to live. You can win this."
Does he still not understand? I barely know what I am doing. It is my mistakes that put us here. How did they capture you?
"A guard saw me. He must have reported me to Apex, for I was electrocuted through the floor. She must have a way to shock any room in the ship."
"It must be linked to her e-glass," I say. He nods, and then his face convulses in pain, and he collapses again.
"Begin already!"
yells Apex. I fall to a knee and touch Zorin's shoulder. "I can't." He brushes me away and stands, a deep sadness in his eyes. I can. He summons his sword and pulls the blade to his own throat. I charge and knock him to the sand, grabbing the sword with my hands. It tears through my flesh, down to my bones. The Pats above cheer and howl. Zorin and I struggle over his blade, rolling through sand and blood. He is stronger. We both know this. But today my grip is firm. I will not let him die.
"The Dark Templars will come for you,"
he says, clenching his jaw.
"And they will free you. But if you do not fight, we will both die now."
I touch his hand, trying to will him to obey me, but my talent does nothing. "Then let us fight. Let us give them a show. And while they watch, the others will find us."
"Apex will see we are holding back."
"Then don't," I say. "Toy with me like this is a game. Beat me like I am nothing. I can take it."
"Scarlet."
"Zorin, you once told me you could lead no longer. You said it was because you cared too much. You were right. You care too much right now, and you are not thinking. That is why you no longer lead. So I ask you, who leads the Nephilim now?"
"You."
"Who?"
"Nightfall,"
he says, his lips curling into a grin. I smile back and dash away. "And I order you to fight me, Count of Nightfall." He nods, and he charges forward, crashing into me. First, he uses his blade, slicing thin cuts into my arms and legs like when we first met. His precision is impeccable, and I cannot stop him. He laughs, and the crowd laughs with him as my blood hits the sand. Next, he uses his fists. He hits me in the chest, and I fly across the pit, slamming into the glass, the shock running through me as I fall. I wipe my mouth, and red stains my hand. Above me, the mass of laughing people blur. There, someone familiar. No, they are all blending together, a mass of madness that will crush me. They feel far away now. I am in a different place, a different time. I am with Mirden, sitting on his wagon. Jax, Brooke, and Ella play orders on the field, laughing and smiling. Sometimes I don't think Brooke likes me, I say. Mirden chuckles, his bushy eyebrows almost dancing with laughter.
"She likes you very much, Scarlet."
you inspire her. So much so that when you give your time to others, she feels sad, angry even.
But we spend a lot of time together, I say, kicking my feet against the carriage.
But your bond is not as strong as the one between you and Jax. She senses it. Everyone does.
We're friends. He smiles.
You are more than friends, Scarlet. You are two spirits, drawn together, your paths intertwined. Remember the carnival?
I nod, remembering the treats and outfits and the cool fall weather.
You dressed as the moon, and Jax as the sun, though you had never discussed it. And later, the two of you began playing before you even realized who you were.
I laugh, remembering the shocked look on Jax's face when he recognized my voice.
Such a bond does not happen often,
says Mirrodin, his smile turning serious.
Such a bond never breaks, and though others may leave you, you will never leave each other.
He looks away, and the memory fades. A foot smashes into my face, and I roll through the sand. The laughter and cheers return, thundering in my ears. There is a man in the crowd who does not cheer. His face is covered in a hood and mask, but I see the blue of his eyes, and I know. Jax has come. The air grows hot, the ground grows hotter, and the sand collapses. I fall, but something soft catches me. Trix and TR. They help me stand.
Time I repaid the favor,
says Trix, smiling. She burned through the ceiling. She burned into the pit, and Zoran and I fell to a level below. Above, Brooke screams, and the glass shatters. She jumps off her pedestal, diving toward us. And then he is there. He dashes in from the crowd, and he knocks her out of the sky. They slam through a window, flying out of the ship.
"Who is that?"
asks TR. I smile. Sir Jackson Lux, I say. He will never leave me. Trix and TR help me through the ship, down to where Trix burned open a hole to one of our boats. We are not shocked by electricity. Jax must have removed or damaged Brooke's e-glass.
"Almost all zeniths have been evacuated,"
says TR.
"We scoured the ship. I found a girl, and this."
He passes me my e-glass, and I put it on, grateful that Ella is safe. Thank you, I say. Trix helps me toward the burned wall. Below, boats sway in the waves, connected to the ship by ropes. One by one, people hook themselves to the ropes and slide down to safety.
We need to go, En.
I nod, turning to Zoran beside me. Get the people out. Then I unleash my wings and fly outside, the raging wind and rain slashing my face. I fly upward and land on the deck. Above me, Jax and Brooke dance through the skies. Evie, contact Jax. Done. I tap my e-glass, hiding behind a container. Sir Jackson Lux, this is Nightfall.
"Nightfall,"
he says, his voice strained.
"Go! Get the people out! I can hold her off, but I can't beat her."
You can, I say. A container beside me groans as it lifts into the sky. It flies forward, and Jax spins out of the way, avoiding the metal as it crashes into the waves below.
"She's stronger than anyone here,"
he yells, as Brooke lunges at him with her blade. Her mask and e-glass have fallen off. No, I say. Not everyone. I draw closer to them, sneaking behind crates and containers. You ever play orders, Jackson Lux? He blocks with his sword, then strikes. They twirl through the air, never still.
Yes.
I need you to be a Teutonic. Freeze her in one place.
And you?
I'll be a Templar. Brooke dashes away from Jax, and another container rips through the air. He dodges, but then a crate hits his leg and he tumbles down, catching himself near the ground.
"I can't get close enough,"
he says. "I have a diversion." I tell Evie my commands, and the Night Raven emerges from the fog. 2 missiles fire at Brooke. She redirects one, then the other. She curves them through the sky back at the Night Raven. My aircraft dodges, and the missiles continue their curve, striking the ship below deck. An explosion rips through the air, and the steel ship shakes, throwing me to the ground. Jax crashes into Brooke. He grabs her, and though they toil in the sky, they stand still. She pulls in one direction, he pulls them in the other. I dash into the sky with the last of my strength. I reach out for Brooke, and a container crashes into us. Brooke and I fall. We hit the deck, laying side by side, the rain streaming down our faces.
"I should have known he would help you,"
she says softly.
"I should have known."
I reach out my hand to be closer, tears burning in my eyes. "I'm sorry," I say. "I'm sorry I couldn't save you." And then ropes fly through the air. They twist around Brooke and bind her upright against a container. She thrashes and yells, but she cannot break free.
"Who's doing this?"
"You," I say. "I touched you in the sky, and I made your abilities turn against you." Her eyes widen in fear.
"What?"
"No one is as strong as you, Brooke. No one else could beat you."
"No. Scarlet! Scarlet, please!"
A blade hits her in the chest. She looks down, her jaw wide open as her black shirt turns darker. She laughs, and for a moment, as the life drains from her eyes, they are the eyes of an innocent. Jax lands between us and tears his blade free from Brooke's body. His white cloak billows in the wind. His mask fell off during the fighting, revealing his blue eyes, swollen by unshed tears.
"Go,"
he says. I stand and reach for him. "Jax!"
"I couldn't save the Zenith from execution, but I could help now. That will have to be enough."
He sheaths his blade and flies into the sky, disappearing among the fog. As the ship sinks into the depths below, I close Brooke's eyes and whisper a prayer for my friend. She never found peace in this life, but I hope she may find peace in the next. Chapter 33. Better Days. I use the Night Raven to return to shore, and when the freed Zeniths are gathered at a safe house, I step out onto a podium before them. Later, I will grieve as Scarlet, but right now, I must inspire as Nightfall. Tonight, Apex has fallen, and soon the whole world will know. Even now, my agents upload videos of the atrocities committed upon the ship, and the video of how it sank. I lock eyes with some of the crowd, noticing Nana. I do not see Ella. "Line up," I say. "I wish to meet each of you." The Zeniths form a line before me, and one by one, they approach. I take everyone's hand, and I give each of them a compliment. And to each of them, I say I am sorry. When I am 2/3 through, I reach the girl with hollow eyes. "Ella," I whisper. She looks up, but says nothing. "You are free now," I say. I... Her lips tremble. "I don't know what to say." "Then say nothing. No one here will make you. No one will ever make you do anything again." She nods, and with a half smile, she walks away, TR steps forward.
From now on, you will join the Dark Templars. You will help us bring justice to the world.
I raise my arm, quieting him. Those of you who wish will join the Dark Templars. For you are free now, and you will do as you wish. The people cheer. Once I have met every zenith, I depart from a side exit and change into Scarlet. I return to New York and walk the streets, heading back to the castle. The storm has passed. The wind is calm. Down an alley, a boy sprays white paint on the wall. He sprays white over a black A, and then he paints the word Nightfall. That night, I weep for Brooke and Ella, and when I finally sleep, I dream of better days.
Do you want to play together? I ask.
Brooke raises an eyebrow.
Really?
Jack smiles.
Why not?
We sit in the sand and begin building a castle. Brooke and Ella exchange a glance, then sit with us. Our hands dip into the cool sand, and we pack it into shapes as our creation comes to life. The next day, I kneel before the council, and my grandfather holds a sword over my head. His voice is strong and loud when he speaks the old words.
Do you swear to protect the weak and defenseless, to fight for the welfare of all, to eschew unfairness, meanness, and deceit, to at all times speak the truth? Do you swear?
I swear, I say. He touches each of my shoulders with the sword, then drapes a black cloak over my shoulder and hands me a silver and obsidian ring with a V on it. I slip it onto my finger.
Then rise, Scarlet Knight, an initiate of Castle Viani.
And so I rise. Falcon stops me just as I leave the council chambers.
I was hoping to catch you before I leave.
You're not staying at Castle V? I'm a bit surprised. I just assumed he'd be taking on some kind of official position now that the initiates are all chosen.
The orders have work for me elsewhere, I'm afraid. But I didn't want to go without saying goodbye first.
He bows to me, and then holds out a hand. I grab it, and we shake, holding on a moment longer than necessary.
It has been my honor to know you, Scarlet Knight. I have no doubt you will prove my faith in you true.
I can't say I've enjoyed all aspects of this, but I understand why you did what you did. And thank you. You have helped me realize the first step in my dreams. He smiles and turns to leave, but pauses.
Do you think our parents live on somewhere? Somewhere they can see us?
I ponder his question, never giving the afterlife much thought before. I don't know. But if they are somewhere, they would... I think of my mother and father, of all they sacrificed so I could grow up happy and learn what I wanted. They would be proud of the people we have become, and the people we will become. They would cherish the time we had together, and be grateful that we carve our own path. They would be the people we need them to be. Falcon grins, his eyes glistening.
I have always followed the plan my parents made for me before my birth. But I think perhaps you are right. I think, deep in their hearts, they only wanted what was best for me. I think their spirits know this too. Maybe it is time for me to find another career. Maybe they would have approved.
I nod, knowing my parents would support the paths I have taken, and the two people, Nightfall and Scarlet, that I have become. Falcon shakes my hand.
Thank you, Scarlet Knight. Be the change you want to see here, and we shall meet again some day.
Another mentor once told me the same. My thoughts flicker to Myrddin, and I smile. Let's hope that's true. I make it to my room without any other interruptions, and collapse onto my bed. Agatha appears there. She always knows where I am, it seems.
Allow me to help you dress.
I stand and let her help me out of my initiate robes, and then I throw on my jeans and a shirt. I keep my Castle V ring on, turning it around on my finger. Agatha, you're my serf, yes? She nods.
Of course, Your Grace.
And you have to do anything I command?
Yes, Your Grace.
If she's nervous about what I might ask her to do, she doesn't show it. I stand to face her. Agatha, I command you to be free.
Your Grace?
Her mouth frowns in confusion. You're free. You can do what you like. Go where you like. Work where you like. I free you. She backs away, her lip trembling. This isn't the reaction I expected, and I'm confused. Doesn't she want freedom?
Your Grace, may I speak freely?
Yes, Agatha. You're free. That means you can talk.
Your Grace, this is the only life I know, and I am too old to start a new beginning. I ask that you keep me on. Let me serve you.
She pauses, then looks into my eyes, like an equal.
I admire what you are trying to do here, and I want to help in the small ways I can.
I tilt my head.
I don't know what to say.
Say yes, she says. Under one condition, I say.
What's that?
You will be paid a fair wage, and you will be free. You will work for me, not be owned by me. You will have autonomy to quit and leave any time you'd like. Those are my terms. I can't be Nightfall and have a slave waiting on me. I can't be Scarlet like that either. She reaches for my hand and lifts my ring to her lips, kissing it.
I accept and am at your service, Your Grace.
Jax is waiting for me in the shadows when I leave. We haven't talked since he helped defeat Apex. Due to leaked camera footage, everyone knows of his involvement at this point, and when he approaches, I hug him. I know what you did, and I'm proud of you. He smiles, but there is pain in his eyes. I know the cause, but cannot speak of it. Because that part, the part about Ella and Brooke, is not common knowledge yet. Soon the world will also know about Brooke, but not yet. Not today.
How does it feel?
He looks down at the Vianney ring on my hand. I think for a moment before answering. I don't know yet, to be honest. I'm still in a bit of shock at how this all played out. He nods.
I'm glad you're here.
I stop walking and turn to face him. Are you? He reaches for my hand, holding it, warming it.
It never felt right to be here without you.
My skin tingles and my stomach flips a bit, but I say nothing, too numbed by the overwhelming emotion of the last few days. He starts walking again, my hand still in his until I'm forced to move or let go of his hand. I move.
I want to show you something. You up for a flight?
My first thought is of my wings, but of course he doesn't mean them. We stop in front of my father's plane. Its pre-flight checklist is complete, and she's ready to fly. And Jackson Lux, my best friend since childhood, flies me home. Chapter 34. Home. When we land in my backyard, my throat thickens until it's hard to breathe. We don't go into my house, but instead we walk to Brooke and Ella's. Jax told me everything, and I listened as though it was new knowledge. My surprise may have been fake, but my grief at talking about the path our friend went down, that was all too real. We spent hours talking, telling stories from childhood, trying to focus on the Brooke we remembered, not the one she became in the end. Ella is sitting outside in the late summer sun when we arrive. She is still too thin, too pale, but she's coming back to life, even if just a little. Her mouth twitches until it almost smiles when she sees me. I wonder if she overheard my talk with Brooke. I wonder if she knows I am Nightfall. I walk up and hug her, and her frail body grips mine, shaking with tears and sorrow and joy and all the things too hard to speak. Jax leaves to give us a moment alone. She and I grip arms and walk to her porch swing. As we sway in the chair, still holding hands, Ella looks to me, her wide brown eyes too sunken, too serious. Jax told you? She's talking about Brooke, about what Ella's sister did to her. To so many. I nod. I'm not going to tell my mother, she says softly. I'm not going to break her again. I will tell her Brooke died a prisoner, because in truth that is what happened. They killed her. The woman who kept me prisoner, who tortured me, she was not Brooke. She was the haunted spirit of a broken girl. Apex did that to her. She would not have become the monster she was if we had never been kidnapped. Ella is right. Brooke's fate was shaped by those events so many years ago. In some ways, all of our fates were shaped that night. We just chose very different paths. I stay for the funeral, for the burning, and then I leave, flying back with Jax to the life that night sent me to. Jax isn't through with his surprises, though. He takes my hand again, leading me to the sculpture he's been building for weeks. It is a grand ship, made of beautiful wood from a trinity tree with the tricolored blend of dark, light, and medium tones. It's large enough to fit a human, taking the space of the entire cavernous room. Jax walks up to it and pulls a torch from the wall. He holds the torch to the water surrounding his ship. Only it's not water. It's oil. It catches light and sparks into flames that instantly heat my body and warm the cavern. What are you doing? Don't destroy your beautiful work! There's a sick pleasure in watching something beautiful burn. That's the illness in human nature, that we revel in destruction. Jax comes to stand by me as his ship sinks into a sea of flames. All things pass on, and something new is made in their place. Tonight is about letting go. Tomorrow, we will let in the new. And so we sit there, side by side, all night long, watching the ship burn. As the last embers die down into the ash, my head tips to the side, and I sleep. I wake with a pain in my neck and the early morning sun warming my cheek. The ceiling has been opened up to the sky outside, and where the ship burned, a small vine of a sapling tree grows. Eden engineered for accelerated growth. It pushes through the ceiling and stretches into the sky, spreading new branches and leaves as it unravels itself into being. It is a weeping willow, like the one I planted with my father. I suck in my breath. You did this? He puts an arm around my shoulders and grins. And then we walk away, away from the old, and into the new. Epilogue. The Chancellor sits in front of his fire, stroking the white Persian he's come to consider family after all these years.
Orpheus, I do wonder how much more of this I'm equipped for on some days.
When he hears the knock on the door to his office, he sighs, sets the great beast of a cat down, and shuffles to answer what's inevitably going to be unpleasant news. Any visitor arriving after midnight always comes bearing grave tidings, he's learned over the years. A young hospitaller, he thinks her name is Meg, stands before him, her freckles still fresh and eyes still bright.
"Chancellor, I apologize for disturbing you, but I couldn't find my Grandmaster, and I thought you'd want to see these results immediately."
"Come in, child,"
he says, gesturing her out of the hall. He closes the door behind her and guides them both back to his chairs. Bad news is best heard in comfort. Another truth he's learned over the years. They sit, her perched on the edge of her seat with spine straight as a board. She holds an envelope that she hands to him the moment he settles.
"It's about Miss Knight. Her test results came back and—"
"Yes?"
He opens the envelope to see for himself.
"Based on her blood work, I know this is a delicate subject, being your granddaughter and all, but as you know, we study many races of blood, and—"
Her babbling grates on his tired nerves, so he prods her along.
"Child, I am an old man and in need of rest. Please arrive at the point succinctly."
"Well, she's different, sir. And, based on my research, I think she might be—"
She gulps and tugs at her braid.
"She might be Nephilim."
She whispers the word as if it's the vilest curse. He scans the results with old eyes and folds the paper back up.
"Does anyone else know of these results?"
She shakes her head. "No, no one."
"And did you follow protocol when discovering anything relating to Nephilim?"
She flinches at the word, but nods.
"All files have been wiped clean, and only this paper file exists. All safety protocols have been followed to the letter."
She smiles like he might reward her a gold star for her work. In any other situation, he might. But tonight, well, tonight the stars are aligned against them both, it seems. He stands.
"Thank you, child. I'll handle it from here."
Her shoulders drop down and her face relaxes.
"Thank you, sir. I was worried you would be angry."
"Not at all. Just tired, as I said. It's been a long night, and bound to get longer."
She bobs her head and walks in front of him.
"Of course. Good night, Chancellor."
Before she can open the door, before she can utter another word, the Chancellor jabs a knife into her back, expertly positioning it between her ribs to penetrate her heart and kill her instantly. As she slumps, he catches her body and lays her on the expensive carpets now marred by blood stains.
"I'm sorry, child. I truly am. But no one must ever know that my granddaughter is Nightfall. The world needs her more than it needs another doctor."
Andri Zorin sits in the cathedral, now a slightly cleaner version of itself, and plays chess against himself, an activity that has occupied him for several hours. He always wins. Of course, he also always loses.
"May I join you, old friend?"
He looks up and into the face as familiar as his own. A big man, cloaked in black, crosses the room and sits across from him. Heavy silver shackles bind his wrists. Zorin smiles at the man.
"Have you come to challenge me once more?" "No,"
says the man, moving a pawn forward.
"I've accepted your decision." "How did you find me?"
Zorin asks, countering his move.
"The news. Umbra is very distinct. And I figured, if you were in the area, you'd be here."
Zorin's hand falls to his sword. He can hide his face, but his blade will always be his tell.
"I watched you these past days.
the man says, moving a bishop.
You've taken on another apprentice.
Zorin captures a pawn and then studies the man before him.
I had to turn her. I owed her parents.
The man smiles, his dark eyes creasing.
Or did she remind you of someone? Perhaps someone from long ago? I don't know, says Zorin. Like you said, it was long ago.
The man moves his queen, posing a threat to Zorin's king.
You know the path you have set her on,
the man says.
What she will become. She'd be dead if I'd done nothing.
The man frowns.
Perhaps that would have been better. Perhaps.
Zorin moves his knight.
Checkmate.
He stands and walks away, but the man calls to him.
You were always good at strategy, Zorin. Or shall I call you Nyx now?
Zorin stops and turns, towering over the man he's known too long.
Do not tell the girl. I will not. At least, not for now.
Zorin dashes forward and grabs the man by the throat, lifting him off his chair and into the air.
I care for you, friend, but do not mistake my kindness for weakness.
Zorin drops the man to the cold floor. The man clutches at his throat, choking, before he can speak again.
I will not tell her.
Zorin stands over him with a challenge in his eyes.
Then you will follow me again?
The man moves to his knees and kneels.
I have followed you for many years. I shall not stop now.
A smile tugs at Zorin's lips as the wind howls around the cathedral.
Then we have work to do. The Nephilim have returned.
This concludes Court of Nightfall by Karpov Kinraid, narrated by Emily Wu Zeller. Copyright 2014 by Karpov Kinraid. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Daring Books, LLC, and was produced in the year 2016 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.